The first two events of the 2025 U.S. Poker Open saw Kristen Foxen and Kazome Kuruse come out on top. Now it's the second cash of the series and the second chance for a trophy for the likes of Kristen Roberts, Isaac Kempton, and chip leader Jim Collopy. The final table of event 3 starts right now. And with that, we welcome you back to Las Vegas, Nevada. This is the U.S. Poker Open final table coverage of event number 3, a $10,000 buy-in, coming to you from the PokerGO Studio at ARIA Resort and Casino, where we will welcome you inside. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks and Maria Ho. Maria, welcome to the 2025 U.S. Poker Open.
I've made it. Here I am.
Brent, here she is.
Well, here she is, right next to us, Jeff, in the middle of us, to be exact.
And here's Jim Collopy as we look at the leaderboard presented by Global Poker. The 2024 Poker Masters champion is our chip leader. Andrew Moreno, one of the best mid-stakes tourney players in the world. Same could probably be said for Michael Rosito. He's in third place. Christian Roberts coming off 2 PokerGO Cup final tables. He is an absolute blast to watch. This man maybe plays more poker than anybody. Matthew Wantman, Bucky in 5th, and Brent, Isaac Kempton is our short stack.
They call him the night crawler. He doesn't sleep at all, by the way. He's just up all day, all night.
Presented by Octopi. Our final 6 guaranteed $54,500. About a $16K pay jump to kick things off. And up top, more than $277,000. A look at the series standings. Haruse leads the way with 285 points. He can be caught by Kempton, Collopy, or Roberts if any of those 3 win today. Moreno will take a seat, 25K, 50K, a 50K big blind ante.
I think it's this one.
We
3?
go.
Oh, so, okay. This one's not being used.
I fold.
An announced
Hell of a
fold
lay.
from Kempton.
Why does everyone wear sunglasses?
Hell of a lay.
You tell him, Kempton.
Oh, these are my trolls.
Me and you, buddy. We can have the stare down.
Guys,
These
it's
guys
the
are too
very
scared.
first time that we're in the booth together. You know, we've worked together on break
Whoa,
desks,
those are
but
something.
you know, I'm gonna get to
You cut the
join
grass this
in
morning?
the dynamic that the two of you
Those are
have.
cool.
And I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Oh, you're in
but
for a treat.
That's a good look.
Dynamic's a strong word. A lot going on here as Moreno opens with the ace-king suited. Rosito looks down at 2 10s on the button. Could see some fireworks right off the bat.
Anyone else sort of.
And Bucky has 2 9s in the small blind.
Oh, and that 1.1 million, that stack size is trouble for Bucky.
just seems like a great spot to put the whole stack in.
A couple of rock stars. Look at these glasses and the hair. Big fan.
Bucky does indeed jam.
This potentially could be very good for Bucky.
Yeah.
If Moreno sticks it in here with ace-king suited, Rosito might have to fold the 2 10s.
And there is that jam with the ace-king suited.
That's what I was doing.
Yeah, I think he's probably gonna have to put these in the muck. He doesn't like it.
You guys high-fiving?
I didn't do anything.
Yeah, Kempton is the shortest stack, a very interested observer. I'd be surprised if the 10s get in there, all things considered.
Well, we just throw ICM right out the window if we stick it in with 2 10s.
Which we'd respect.
Absolutely.
Play for the win.
Try and win the tournament right here, first hand. You know what? I'm rooting for it. Put it in.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting because he just can't love this spot once Moreno ISOs, but, you know, we think about what Wantman might have here off of 20 bigs that he's willing to shove with, and, you know, it's not that light either, even though the spot looks really good. Of course, we see that Kempton is out there with the shortest stack, so it does make sense to just pitch the 10s here, and like you said, it worked out well for Wantman, though.
Commas on that main screen makes me.
Moreno nailed it, too. He just said
We had a
10s,
little
looked
bit
right
of
at
time
him.
before this happened, but
2.4 million in the
almost
middle.
was an $8 million pot.
What'd you fold?
10s.
10s?
Bucky's tournament life on the line.
You would have been in the lead.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like
Not a bad spot for 10.
It's not a bad spot. He definitely
Wouldn't have been a bad spot for ace king either, though.
King in the windows comes king 10-7, just to needle Rosito a little bit.
Little salt in the wound.
Wantman on the ropes. Few backdoor draws available for now. Looks for a 9, which he does not see on the turn. He'll need to see it on the river. His day is done.
That's pretty funny.
I mean, I'm just so unsure about it. That was so insane. Didn't expect to have a 60 blind decision hand one.
And the river is a 3. That does it for Bucky. Matthew Wantman out in 6th, a little bit more than $54,000.
Would not be good? Yeah, I mean, it's just like I'm praying for ace king, and I know you put it
No,
down,
short and
but
sweet, I
that's
guess.
probably it.
Didn't
On to
waste
the
any time.
next.
Maybe you don't know.
I don't know. It looks like it would have been pretty fucking good.
That's
Yeah,
true.
it's
actually.
I don't know. It looks like you would have won the tournament to me.
Yeah, I would have had over
You
half
would have
the
won the
chip.
tournament, yeah.
You know what? I'll take the ladder.
He would have been able to register the next event
I'll
before
take
most
the
of the
ladder.
guys coming in.
No,
Bucky says his goodbyes on to event number 4.
I'm just gonna move on. Just gonna move on.
You should have just ripped it. Open, you just rip it.
Yeah.
That way you
Then
just,
you would have had to fold, right?
I would have folded.
Bucky ladders up.
You'd have called.
Wow.
Oh, wow. That's a great one to start it off.
I feel like I can already hear Hanks like when he goes all in, he's like, this could be it. He's like, he puts in those 10s.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Spot on.
Might have like a shtick.
This could be it. Hold on here, Jeff.
Anybody could
see
do
an
this
8 million
job.
chip.
I mean, it was right there. I mean, if I
Wait,
was,
now kings?
Wow.
What is happening?
The right guy would have went with it. That's for sure. You found the right guy to get the fold. I think he would have called. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't see him folding. He doesn't look
Christian
like the
say,
kind
yeah, I
of
would put it in. Kempton, the queen 4
I
suited.
think it was close.
Has already achieved
Definitely
a ladder.
I mean, as close as it gets. I
Just keep folding, Kempton.
have to
Wait
put
for
it in.
aces.
Just lets it go.
Yeah.
Pretty. Shortest stack
just take the ladder,
fairly
you know?
significally. Pretty
10
tight
came on
fold
flop, I didn't see it.
with the queen 4 suited.
I saw it.
Don't judge, Jeff.
I did.
I actually guessed jacks when you folded.
He's just
Wow.
reading the deck and decides
saw the
it's
king
not
door.
there.
It was a
like,
great deck
nice fold.
read as
Yeah.
we look at the chip
Bucky-
denomination presented by
Never
Splash
mind. He
Sports.
said 10.
You gotta get the weirdness out of the
he was
way.
happy.
There's
He was
clearly
happy
some
10
spooky
folded.
He really
stuff
wants
happening
you
in the
to-
early goings of this
That's
final
true.
table.
Burn some sage in here,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah, his 9 shove's way better when 10s is folding.
Yeah, I mean,
Huge.
he was sort of free rolling. $110.
110.
Now the Jack 10 suited for Kempton.
I mean,
it's
how would
so
we
pretty.
feel if this goes in the mug? Are we going to judge?
I'm not judging. I told you. Get the weirdness out of the way. Two outstanding laydowns.
Nice hand.
I'm not judging either, but I will just make the observation that it's a
doesn't even know
pretty
you had
tight
it.
fold.
Well, I
That's
think
not
he was
saying it's a
talking about
bad
the
fold.
physical fold.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Not
No,
the
I
hand.
was talking about the hand.
Okay.
Tight is
My
right.
reads are a little off. I need some coffee.
We'll have to check those out on Octopi when the sims become available.
You might have been ahead.
If I'm living in the past, I'm thinking about that flop set of
Still
10s.
thinking about it. I'm not. I'm thinking about the pay jump I just got.
It's rare to play for 100% of the chips, fucking six-handed.
Yeah, I mean, that was a spot you won't come
If
up
only he had used the other box instead of this one.
Could have been the thing.
Little butterfly effect. What's that shit like?
One
A
time?
butterfly's flap of the wings can influence a fucking hurricane halfway around the world or something.
I've seen some shit like that in poker tournaments.
You heard about that Jeremy Osimus? Yeah.
Kempton with ace jack on the button.
This is what he was waiting for. There it is. Yeah.
He knew he would
Count
get a
me as
better
all.
spot
Yeah.
in the very next hand. That's why. He was like, yeah, it's coming. Why Jack 10 suited when I could have ace
Yeah, I
jack?
didn't feel good about this. I knew I shouldn't have opened.
You gotta trust your gut, man.
Yeah. It just would have looked really bad on the stream.
This isn't recorded.
Huh? You wouldn't have seen my hand? Oh, I would have just folded them.
Kempton's 6th career U.S. Poker Open cash.
The trick is to win before the delay catches up.
Ah, then nobody can say, what the fuck was that?
Are you familiar with the Nightcrawler's mannerisms at the table? Did you watch when he said all in what he did? This sort of,
Yeah,
I'm
it was
all
like
in, the hands.
Yeah.
He's
Said
got a
you're
lot
surviving,
going on.
right?
Like when you
Said you've been
say
surviving?
they call him
I'm here
the
for some
Nightcrawler,
ladders.
you
I'm
really
laddering.
just
I'm
mean
playing
yourself,
tight.
right?
I'm playing solid. I'm playing good.
Like who
Well, I don't know
uses
about that last
they?
part.
A lot of
but
people.
That you're
tight
speaking
is
of.
true.
I've never
That is
heard
right.
that
Shoots and
before.
Get me
A lot of
the heck
people.
out of this.
He actually has another nickname, but it's not appropriate for television, so I've got to pass on that one.
$180,000.
Blind versus blind. Moreno raising here at the ace-3 or 0 with the queen-jack suited.
A lot of playability here with this kind of holding, certainly going to continue.
Two of the bigger stacks here. Rosito starting the hand with about 60 bigs. He whiffs on this one, ace-7-6.
I mean, these
you guys.
glasses, it's like, if you're operating a chainsaw, that's typically what you'd want to wear.
It's the voice of tournament director Paul Campbell getting event 4 started. As Rosito turns a jack.
Yeah, that check by Moreno on the flop allowed Rosito to catch up a little bit, and two-tone now on the turn certainly might be some protection, some value to be had.
I can't imagine a world in which Rosito lets go of this jack. The hand is simply too good, the second pair.
Pretty sizable, goes about 70-ish% on the turn.
He looks sort of sick about it in a way. To your point, Maria, maybe he's just reading through the let my opponent catch up tactic and thinking, well,
Paul,
this guy's got an ace.
Paul.
Maybe he looks sick because he's still
we
thinking
get,
about that
cocktail
fold
service?
from the tens. in the first hand. Just thinking about how
No, you could
all
add a
those
massive
pretty
chip lead.
chips could have been his.
990 in the middle now. River brings another 7. Moreno's hand best.
Very curious about the sizing here.
Yeah, depending on the sizing, you know, Rosito could definitely think that maybe Moreno is value betting some hands that perhaps his pair of jacks, his two pair actually, jacks and sevens have beat. You know, does Moreno maybe take this line and try to go for a thin value bet here with maybe 9s or 10s or hands like that?
Oh,
But
wow,
no,
he-
goes check, check.
He let him off the hook, I
Interesting.
think.
Still a nice pickup for Moreno, who's past the 5 million chip mark.
Maybe because of the presence of those two flush draws, he gave Rosito credit for having a ton of draws, meaning he'd be forced into bluffing. I don't know. Who cares?
Here's what we have on the docket for the next couple months. We're off to Houston, Texas, as Champions Club hosts the Texas Poker Open once more. You know, Brent, final table at that event.
I remember.
Yeah, a lot of people still talking about it. A lot of memories,
Oh, yeah.
including yours.
You lost to the main event champ,
Right,
the WSOP main event champ, Tamayo.
Somebody had to
Sent him on his way.
you know, the superstar that is Jonathan Tamayo. It was all because of me.
That's right.
He learned to play great.
Right.
in my presence.
Played great.
2,
Both played great.
3.2, 4.2, 4.2 plus 7.
I feel like he owes me like
Say it again.
a
Little
1 ball,
piece,
2 ball,
yeah.
you know, from that
2%
score.
of the main
Yeah.
win, yeah. I saw Tamayo in Texas recently at the PLO series. He said he was, I asked him how he was doing. He said he was very stressed out because he had to sell for a 10K PGT last chance. So I'm like, oh yeah, life's rough.
Wait, he had to
Had to sell a little bit for a 10K.
He won
wanted to.
the
wanted
main
to sell. I
event
shouldn't
and then
say had
sold?
to sell.
Afterwards, he came and
Shouldn't say had to
resting
sell.
fourth.
Want to sell a little
Let's
bit.
respect.
gotta
I'm
do
not,
that.
again, I'm
165?
not here to judge.
Right.
But the guy, how much money did he win from the main?
10.
10 million.
I think so.
He didn't get all 10 million. He obviously
Right,
had
right,
you
right.
know, some investors or what have you. But
Zito up to 165K here. Roberts in the big blind. 7-8 off. Makes the call. Jack 10-4. Gutters for both.
Maria, are you familiar with
Weissman
Sailor Roberts here?
I mean, not as familiar
Took a
as
couple days
you
off.
sound like you are.
He's an absolute lunatic. One of the most aggressive, creative
Dylan?
players I
Oh,
think
I
that
think
we've
it's
I
covered.
said Weissman.
I've definitely
He's
played
busy hanging with
with
his
him
acro
before.
yoga
Yeah.
friends. You remember
150?
I don't know if my sample size is large enough
Richard
to
Greco
know
came over
how
and was like,
aggressive he actually
What,
is.
what were you guys talking
You know
about?
now.
Oh yeah, we had a long convo.
I don't think he's ever had a hand.
Those acro yoga guys. can
Always
get
bluffing.
crazy.
Well, if his opponents have been watching the streams, then they should know that by now. See
It's
what he
funny that
wants
I'm
to
looking
do
at Dylan Weissman as
with
Joey
his hand
Weissman's like,
against a C-bet from the pre-flop raiser.
I think Roberts yesterday at some point had about 3.6 when nobody was even at 2 million at that point. So Rosito turns an ace.
Range advantage really clear for Rosito here with this run out so far, and likely going to come with another barrel, which I think makes this gutter ball for
325?
Roberts a hand he's no longer going to continue with. All right, well, where was the aggression in this hand? Like, I didn't see,
It's a bad
see any of
board.
that.
It's a bad board for him. You'll
No,
see it.
I
And he's a
wanna-
little handcuffed. He's got 20 bigs,
I
you
want
know.
to see some zero equity bluffs.
Well, give it time. We've seen it on numerous occasions.
Rosito won the Win Millions in 2023. This is his first career U.S. Poker Open cash. And his first final table at a PGT Major Series.
Who's number 12? Is that Brady?
Yeah, it's the Brady Bucks jersey.
Makes me sick. Isn't he from Brooklyn, as it says on his bio, presented by
born in
GPI?
Italy, so count it for Italy's all-time money list.
He's just a Brady
Bologna.
stan, though. I mean,
Shouldn't he
there's so
though be
many
like a
people.
Jets or a Giants fan, or God forbid, the upstate team, America's team, the Buffalo Bills?
Okay,
Brady.
So are you like just more pro Bills and less anti Brady, or a little? It sounds like it's anti Brady.
It's a little bit of both, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Wait, Sailor Roberts
There
actually
he is.
has a good hand?
20 bigs, ace king.
Oh, the Nightcrawler staring intently.
With the queen jack of diamonds.
It's pretty.
It is pretty.
Him and Roberts pretty similar stack sizes. Kempton a little shorter, of course, but definitely a hand, yeah, that you would just expect. You're gonna get all the chips in here.
Roberts will snap it off, and here we go with 1.9 million in the middle.
This kind of tournament. It's just
It
like,
really has.
It's been getting in. Someone gets all
Your
in right
table was
away.
doing the same thing?
That was our table.
Yeah, it was just
Our
all in
table
every
was
hand.
just, yeah, it was all in every
It
hand.
took out all the low cards.
I mean, how many blinds are in play?
Played short.
Cover me, I think, right? You have like a million?
Tiny
Yeah,
pigs.
yes.
Yeah,
Kempton's
like a million
tournament
each.
life on the line. 60-40 dog.
So about 40K after this hand.
Thanks.
996 with 1 diamond. Couple backdoor draws for
What do I need?
Kempton.
A queen or a jack?
A
or
10 of
Yes.
diamonds.
some kind of straight?
Oh, I
Yes.
blew
I
it.
guess a flush?
Yes.
I hit.
Okay with the king of diamonds? Is that?
Yeah, acceptable.
And there is that
King
flush
of diamonds. Yeah,
draw.
what did you just say? The king of
I
diamonds.
think you said
15
that.
outs
okay.
for Kempton. You see him on the top of your
From the
screen.
horse's mouth.
This is my fault. Goodbye, guys. Good game.
Yeah, nice playing with you, man.
Tournament dealers, please scramble your bet.
They don't wash decks here. They scramble them.
I mean,
I'm thinking 9 rivers. Stone flip.
River is a blank.
Again, but
And that does it for Isaac
Sure, we should
Kempton.
count it.
You know, life's not
Yeah,
fair.
Just push it to pot.
15 outs. Can't get there. 5th place, 70 dimes, and we lose the
I feel like you never
Nightcrawler
get your
already.
breaks worth more than
Well, it
when you
definitely
make sure
doesn't
that
feel
you're actually
fair
out
because usually
when they
people like
figure it out.
Roberts who win pots with nothing shouldn't also be able to win with the
That's
best hand,
true.
right? Like,
Spot on.
pick one.
Spot on.
Take a look at Christian Roberts' bio board presented by GPI THM Roberts out of Venezuela.
Pretty close.
2 PokerGO Cup final tables.
Former software
How much of
developer
this level?
went to some, what did it say, a polytechnic
When we break
university?
when
30 minutes we had.
Like
Yeah,
technical?
It's been 20 minutes.
So he's got a big brain.
Yeah, well, we always
I
say
just
smart
knew
dude.
when the 3 of you
Probably
folded, you
technical.
both had the nuts. Like, there was just no way it wasn't getting
Paul
in.
Campbell back on the mic.
Single big.
I had a close one. I could have ruined that whole thing if I opened.
murdered it, man.
Look at the leaderboard presented by Global Poker after our first 2 eliminations. That means Christian Roberts is still the shortest stack, but he's 40 bigs. Lots of chips on the table between Moreno, Collopy, Rosito, and Roberts. Thank you all for tuning in throughout our various platforms, X, PokerGo, Pluto, Sling, and YouTube.
Yeah,
We're
you've
in
been
the
out.
chat as well. Thank you
You've
all
been
for
out
joining
since
us.
The Betsy's, right?
I think
So he's got about 5. You get about 2. You get
Paul
about
sums it up perfectly.
3.5.
Close.
Says you guys
No,
are an
3.5.
ace-king suited as commentators, which even
3.5,
that's too
yeah.
high. But
So you
with
guys just
Maria,
wanna chop it
it's
even?
aces.
That's what I'm hearing.
Nice.
That is nice.
That's
Wow.
very sweet. Who was that? Was
What's
Paul?
your Venmo,
It's
Paul?
Yeah, Paul.
Oh, Paul's Venmo? Let me, here, I'll send it to Paul. Just send it to me.
Yeah, just Brent knows Paul well.
I know Paul. We go way back.
Roberts just calls on the button ace queen.
Jimbo Slice doesn't like the price. You know, I'm a poet as well.
I would love to see you be able to rhyme every sentence today. Make it work.
I don't,
This is your open mic, actually. This is your time to shine.
I'll give it a
Maria
go.
can do the analysis. You just do all rhyming. That's why we have a 3-person booth.
Yeah,
Bosses will be thrilled.
I'll give it a go, Maria Ho.
Nailed it. DJ Midlife Crisis, first of all, sorry to hear, but secondly, he says, I'm here for the commentators. The poker is just interrupting background noise. All right. I like it, DJ.
Honestly, same. I'm just here to hang out in the
Yeah,
booth with
yeah,
you guys
right.
and talk. I don't even watch
Well, you
the
know how
stream.
some people say that they watch this on mute? Well, really, like those people are missing out because what you
Yeah.
should do is you should just be listening to this. You don't
And
even
not
need
watch
to,
it.
No, and not watch it. You
Right,
don't
right.
need
Yeah, which is why we are on syndicated radio with Sirius XM and everyone throughout the world.
Do you have Sirius XM?
no.
Do you know anybody who listens to Sirius XM besides the person on your right?
Nobody pays for that anymore in their
I
car,
do.
right?
I think a very small percentage of people do.
I love it.
Which is great. Like, all due respect to Sirius XM.
No
Great
one
program.
uses it anymore? Is it really?
You're the only
Am
person I know who uses.
So I'm a boomer because I use Sirius?
That's not the only reason.
It comes
why
in
you're a
all.
boomer.
If you own a car, it comes with the car. You just got to pay
Let's
like
be real.
$10 a month.
So it doesn't really come with the car. It's just a subscription service.
Yeah, but it's in the car.
Okay.
It's right in there. Got a little sticker on it somewhere.
Both players show up with some showdown value here, but what does Roberts want to do when it's checked to him? Maybe
See, I
go
think he's
for
value
a
betting.
little tickler?
Yeah,
And it could work.
it is a little tickle. He's value betting ace queen high. I told you this guy's good. Total psycho.
I mean, Moreno's definitely thinking about it. I mean, this hand did get checked all the way down to the river.
Is there a world in which his hand performs better as a bluff? The 9 of hearts being a very key card.
Yeah, but his mannerisms tell me he's
It's
not
too late
going
now,
right,
right?
just
Yeah.
colorful now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not a lot of thin value here, just, that's a very nice lay down.
Gets away from the worst ace high. Christian Roberts' bracelet came online in 2023. Finished 6th at the final table of last year's WPT World Championship. 2nd at the circuit main at Commerce. That's where we became familiar with him.
And down in Texas. I think he came down to Champions Club and played in the Texas Poker Open. Which is right around the bend, by the way.
Yes, it is.
We're back.
April 16th starts the series. Brent and I will be there on the 20th. Couple Cash Festival streams before we get started with coverage of the Texas Poker Open main event.
$180,000.
180.
Moreno bumps it up in the big.
Just about 3.5x the big blind. I mean, 5-4 suited does feel like a hand that you can decide to continue with here.
And does make the call. Does flop a 5. Moreno, a few backdoor draws to accompany his ace high.
$180.
180.
That's 180,000. Is the staring down this much new for Collopy? I feel like he has not always done that in the past, but in this,
He
just
feels
for a couple
very,
hands,
very confident with those
the
bright
reads.
red lenses on.
Oh.
Yeah. Look at this. Sitting
Yeah.
back.
Makes the call, and Moreno makes a pair of aces.
Not necessarily a dagger for Jimbo. Picks up that straight draw.
Yeah, this is definitely a card that Collopy is going to expect Moreno to be barreling on very often as well. So we'll see what sizing Moreno wants to come with here.
$220.
220.
Ooh, lays a nice price.
220,000.
Do you think for this sizing, Moreno can also just be value betting a lot of other over pairs to the flop, you know, and not necessarily need to just be representing top pair? But Collopy still does have that additional equity. He turned with the gutter. It's going to come along. Just really making full use of the swivel chair, though. You know?
Yeah. You got some room. Might as well use it. It's Moreno Rivers 2 pair.
I had no idea those were called swivel chairs. Learn something new every day.
1.2 million in the middle.
Speaking of
900,000.
swivels, yeah, let's tie one on, throw a lure out, and see how much we can reel in out of Jimbo.
Looking for 900K.
Maria, I would expect a triple barrel from Moreno, even if he did have air, given the line.
Yeah, I mean, I think the 7 on the river does have some interaction to some like 2 pairs because you expect Collopy is going to be, you know, limp calling probably a lot of these suited connected type hands. So I do think that a lot of the times, I mean, Moreno is going to just continue to fire, especially once the ace appears on the turn. But a lot of this just comes down to, I think, how capable you think your opponent is going to be in this spot for tripling with air.
10 seconds.
You're so low in your range here. I think Collopy's just going to give it up.
Moreno extends his chip lead.
Do you have time extensions?
He and his wife, Christy, those of you in the poker world might remember Christy Arnett.
Oh, yeah,
Christy Arnett Moreno now. They have 2 kids.
Great.
Whoa.
Miles and
What was the
Maya.
options? 1 to 4?
3 years old and 11 months old. So we remind you that you can play the U.S. Poker Open yourself. Just do it online on globalpoker.com. That series runs now through April 20th. Play mystery bounties, PKOs, turbos, deep stacks. Could win a trip to Las Vegas. Play the U.S. Poker Open now at globalpoker.com.
Jeff, I'm usually accustomed to you ripping on Jimbo Slice. You've been very critical over him.
What? I mean, I've kept track of his complaints over the years.
Do you
of
have a
which-
notepad? Are you jotting anything
We're-
down today?
Well, he complained. We got 2 so far. He was talking about commas on the screen and also washing cards and shuffling cards.
so
and
you
the
are
differences
you have a
between the
log
turns.
going.
Yeah, we got
You-
2.
Yeah. All right.
But two's very low for Mr. Collopy.
So you're warming up to Mr. Collopy.
I mean,
I'm just reporting the facts.
I'm a little afraid
always
to
been
think
warm.
about what he's saying behind our back if he's willing to, you know, put all these complaints forward. What do you think he says about the commentary? Just
Oh, it's
to his
ruthless.
friends.
Yeah. It's ruthless.
Can you
I
show us
imagine.
your notes?
Me?
Yeah.
It just says complaints count 2.
No, about us.
Or were you talking about me on commentary or Jim stuff?
No,
Yeah.
what Jim's saying about us.
Not me.
Oh, that's fair then. As long as you like us, Jeff.
No, my notes were finally get to work with Maria, thank God. Those notes are public.
And then tomorrow, I'm going to be left all alone with Brent. Just me and you.
Oh, we're going to have a party.
Like you said, the rails are going to come
Yeah.
right off.
No, we all have a day off on Sunday. Are you back on
That's right.
Monday? Can we get you back here
Yeah,
Monday?
you want to just stay?
You want to, yeah, maybe party for the weekend? And
Yeah, I could probably just extend my hotel.
why not? Yeah. Maury, if you're listening, we'd like to have Maria on Monday as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's going to fold to the pressure from the open-ender there.
¿Me pides un café? Sí. Busca a alguien acá que me lo traiga.
Deke in the chat, at PokerGO, can we be honored with Miss Ho's presence again on commentary or sideline reporting this summer at the World Series of Poker? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think I'll definitely be in the booth for a few events at least. I mean, normally during the series I'm playing a lot more, but I never mind coming in and, you know, commentating on a couple of final tables. It's always really, I think the World Series is when some of the most interesting final tables
Completely
emerge in terms of player pool and types of people that find themselves there.
So these guys bore you then?
I mean, we just see their mugs so often. It's
Yeah.
just, you know, these are regulars.
They're too good at poker.
No, they bore me. I mean, I think you could say it. Yeah. I like this guy, though. Rosito, it's the first time we've ever covered him. I didn't know he was so chatty.
Makes it 380K, and Christian Roberts looks down at ace-king in the big blind.
Yeah,
Oh, man.
10 seconds.
What a layup. He would pull the trigger, too, with a hand
Right.
that Rosito possesses. Find the cold four.
Yeah, and I like that he's opting for the non-all-in 4-bet here. Can't really blame Rosito for taking the spot, of course.
Just ran into it.
Timing's a little off today, perhaps.
Now, Rosito, the shortest stack.
And that shortest stack is still 48 big blinds.
I pulled that 3 for you, Jim.
They changed the
I pulled that
structure to
3
make the
for you.
days go faster. I think maybe back to
So
the
you
lab
can
on
be
that
big
one
blind.
for
Oh, yeah.
Commissioner Duckworth.
That's why I called
Yeah,
for
it's
it.
really
You
worked
said
out
you knew
well.
what number you wanted.
No, I had no idea. It's just fun to call for stuff.
$110.
110.
Rosito opens button
Fold.
ace-10, ace-3 off, and Roberts, you could tell, had devilish thoughts.
I mean, so far, just not displaying any of the attributes that you mentioned about his
30-60?
play, Brent. So,
Were you talking
When's
to me?
the first break allow?
After this level.
So after 40? Yeah. Got it. You said 5-minute break?
Yeah, he said 5, just for the bathroom.
Oh, we have a little tinkle time
And then
coming up?
after one more level, I think he said he's coloring up.
Oh, okay.
And then that'll be a 12.
Thank you.
Good to know the
Thank
break
you.
schedule. As the blinds do go
Howdy,
up,
howdy.
30K, 60K, or the 60K big blind ante.
Brent, when we go on break, could you grab me maybe some flaming hot Cheetos?
There
and
we
a
go.
Diet
We
Coke,
have
please?
flaming hot Cheetos?
Yeah, but that's
No,
what,
you have
that's
to
what-
go, when Maria comes, you have to go out and get them
that's what,
for
that's
her.
what that's what Brent's here
Yeah.
for, right?
No,
Yeah.
I am,
Yeah, he
I
is,
am
yeah.
here. I just didn't know we had it.
You're like
I
our-
would have had a whole
you're our
box in here
PA,
for us already.
basically.
We could eat on air.
No, I mean only Ollie can do that. We're not allowed.
Yeah, that's true.
Producer Zach does love it when we're eating on air. You ever had caviar? Speaking of which, someone in the chat, Matthew Michael, dipped in caviar. I don't think Flaming Hot Cheetos would be good in caviar, but have you ever had it?
Yes.
Yes.
Is it really just little tiny fish eggs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And people can eat that?
I mean, it's considered a delicacy, so it's not that people can. People pay
Lots
a
of money
lot
in
of
some
money
cases.
to do that.
I just don't get it. I don't get it.
You haven't tried it though.
No, I mean,
And I'm not
Not
saying
out
this is
there
some
eating
huge caviar fan.
the
I'm fine
eggs
with
of
it.
all animals and fish. I mean, I do like chicken eggs.
Yeah.
Good eggs.
I mean, nowadays, those are probably getting as expensive as caviar is. So,
So can you make scrambled caviar?
But,
no, but
you
actually,
could scramble the caviar.
caviar tastes really good on top of scrambled eggs. Like you do a soft
Oh, a
scramble
little
and you put a
egg on
dollop
egg.
of caviar. Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
How rich are you to be having caviar for breakfast?
On
Things
Scrambies.
going well for Maria Ho.
You can't just buy that at like your local Walmart, can you? Not sure what kind of fish it would be that caviar is from. A little goldfish pond.
200.
Rosito finds a spot to raise against Moreno's limp.
Winner.
Maybe we should speed this up and play 5-minute levels. I'll text the players.
No, I really want to savor and enjoy my time in the
That's
booth
true.
with
This is
you
our
two.
only chance for the next 7
You're the
years.
first person that's ever said that.
A look at the PGT leaderboard. That's Kristen Foxen's name on top. 3 wins already for Foxen. Still relatively early in this 2025 campaign. Eric Blair, by the way, in third, and the only player to cash the first 3 events of the 2025 U.S. Poker Open.
Looks like Big Daddy Drip also cashed event number 3. Is that right, Mr. Schulman? He's up to 14 yesterday. I guess we included yesterday's cash.
Yeah,
to
yeah,
update it.
that's what got him to 14.
Still looking
Did
for
not
that
cash an event
first
3.
win.
Yeah.
Inside the top 5 without a win.
Somebody else who did cash in this event, he finished in 10th, Steven Chidwick. That's his 20th career U.S. Poker Open cash.
I don't think, certainly you, Jeff, I don't think you could ever achieve 20 cashes in the U.S. Poker Open across
Sure.
20 years.
Yeah, that's also true. I believe only 4 players have cashed at the USPO every year since its inception. Schulman, maybe being one of them. Did we show the stat for Schulman or Seitel? Check with the stats department. Get back to you guys.
What are you talking about?
I would think maybe like Sovereign or Winter might be
Winter
on that
was
list,
one of them.
right?
The
Okay.
20 cashes?
Winter, Cats. No, the cash in every year of the USPO.
Ooh. Foxen?
No, because Foxen didn't have any 2018. But maybe. Let's see. You guys can practice for tomorrow and do the play-by-play.
Disco
Hang on.
David Peters?
Go to the stats department. Yeah, I guess maybe we showed the stat for Peters.
Moreno betting 100K here with the gutter, and Robert's gonna find the continue with second pair on the flop. He's in the pursuit of potentially some backdoors, but 10 of hearts, pretty bricky.
Seems like a tough card to want to barrel twice on. He will check back.
think that Roberts expects, you know, any over pairs or any 8Xs to be checking back the turn very often. So maybe considering does not decide to take the aggressive action and find a little value
He
there.
was going to check call any amount, Maria. Also think he may have ruled out a hand exactly like Queen Jack, thinking that that would be a good board where he would have two-barreled, being Moreno. He just knew his 5 was the nuts.
¿Pudiste pagar? Dale.
Solo inglés. Gracias.
What's the exact rule here? You who knows all the rules.
In this administration,
Yeah.
be careful.
In this administration.
Be careful.
You know, I actually had trouble getting through customs coming in here.
I'm not surprised.
U.S. passport.
Doesn't count as much as it used to.
That's why I don't even have a passport.
That's why.
You don't need to worry about anything without one. Never leave.
I actually almost didn't make my flight coming in today
Oh.
because I didn't realize that my TSA pre-check had expired.
Oh, no.
Did you know you need this thing called the Real ID?
Oh,
Yes.
Here he goes
In
again
May?
with the real ID thing.
I
They've only
just
given
learned
us
about this.
Maybe one email reminder, one text reminder per month for the last like 4 or 5 years.
Well,
But
I
yeah.
have never gotten one of them. No texts, no emails.
Don't you see it at the airport every time too? It's like, you
I'm
need
not
a real ID?
reading. No, I didn't know. So I have to locate my birth certificate
No, you don't.
in order to get one.
No, you don't.
So how do you get
I do
one?
not remember that process being that extensive.
What, you just take your current license in and then they swap it?
Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah.
But I actually have to physically go somewhere to do it?
No. You can just do it via online and
I
mail.
tried, and it told me no. I have to set up an appointment with the DMV.
Chidwick, Winter, Peters, and Schulman, by
What
the
are
way. The
you're
ones
back
who
to
have
this.
cashed
You've been
in.
looking up
Yeah.
that stat. Though.
It's a
Nobody
hard one to
remembers.
find. Yeah.
Genuinely, though, I had no clue about this Real ID thing. I can't travel in July. I have to drive anywhere I go. Can't fly. Tim the Gem says, yes, you do indeed need your birth certificate.
I did not need mine.
But you have a passport, correct?
Yeah.
So you have a passport and an ID.
But
I
didn't-
don't
all
have
I
a
did
passport.
was get a new ID.
Have you never left the country before?
I'm not allowed.
No, it's more like you don't think you'll be allowed back in, so you don't want to leave.
I've been to the Bahamas,
Okay,
which I don't
Yeah.
think is a part of America, is
It's
it?
not.
Yep, so what did you use to get into the Bahamas?
Well, I had a passport at that time, but it's since expired.
Oh.
I never renewed my passport. I never wanted to leave again.
You don't seem to be on top of your stuff. Like your passport's expired, you don't have a real ID.
Same hand.
My ID is valid. It doesn't expire.
Notes of puppy feet.
Your ID currently is not a real ID?
No, doesn't have the little gold star,
Gotcha.
which is a problem.
Where are you going to fly anyway?
Well, we're supposed to go to Houston
That's
like
right.
next week.
But you're still good.
I'm good until
Yeah,
May
yeah.
something, right? Can I fly back?
Yeah.
Honestly, I should just walk you then. You're just going to outplay me every time.
We're just gonna let David run it out.
Yeah.
I mean, he just outplayed the shit.
But
out of
only
you.
when you're ahead. Pónmelo ahí. Ya lo agarro. Estoy jugando mano.
2025 PGT cashes Collopy in second. He moves into the top 10 on the PGT leaderboard with a first or second today.
seconds.
180.
Yeah, he's 180.
Deuces.
Couple of mallards. Show them how to play these, Jimbo.
He folds.
Awful fold.
Moreno, the king X off. Perhaps some thoughts with a hand like that with the chip lead, but does let it go.
Thank you, Chet. Chet, by the way, very supportive. He's AZ Brownie. God, I could go for a brownie right now. Googled it. In most cases, you'll need your birth certificate to get a driver's license, especially one
If I open them strong.
with the real ID
All right, I
designation.
want to get my coffee so bad. But
Okay,
You
so
can just get it right now.
ask
could.
your parents.
There's not like an invisible barrier like between
Seems
this
like
and
it.
there.
The way he's acting.
I just get like nervous.
It's a good
about,
recommendation.
you know.
Leaving?
Yeah.
I feel like this whole thing was
The
a speech.
Panama Canal.
Maybe
This is ridiculous.
the people that were around when
Look
you
at
were
this.
born might
I mean, how are you not
might
open
be
after
able
that
to
speech?
help.
120.
Seems like a lot of
Panama
work.
Canal.
Do you have a certificate of citizenship?
He said?
No, I don't
It's
have
across
any
from the
of
Gulf of America.
Is that, what is this? What do you mean?
Feels like there's some subtle politics talk here at this table.
Gulf of America. I
I don't
heard
know
that.
my geography. You win. Let's see it.
Fucking nutted, bro.
Come on.
Wild.
Wow, he was right. He wasn't lying. You gonna go get it now? Or you want to
could
wait
I?
for the big blind?
All right, you won't kill my hand, you promise?
It's right there. Sure, it'll be all right.
Naturally, I think we're
Is
seeing
Panama
a
gonna
little
stay anchored
slowdown
to the
in
US dollar?
action here, just
Probably.
because the
What if we
shortest
go
stack
down?
is 40 bigs.
You guys coming
Oh
with
yeah,
us?
because they're going to be so much better off on their own currency. Come on.
It's always exciting to see who goes down with us.
Yeah, we're going down with
Is Macau or Hong Kong? Do you know if they're still pegged to the US dollar too?
no idea. I'm not really a global currency expert.
Yeah,
look
me
like it.
either.
We should get into some talk on the economy.
He looks like an importer exporter.
world trade.
Of what?
Choose your own imagine.
Baked goods.
Yeah, baked.
First thing that came to mind.
Empanadas.
Could use a cookie right now, you know?
Would love a cookie.
Or a brownie.
Empanadas. I like empanadas.
120.
Man, this is boring.
I know.
This is really boring.
Where are the coolers?
I think we were so spoiled yesterday with so much action. Like, yeah.
We were all in every other hand, it seemed.
Literally.
Yeah.
It was every other hand, something crazy was happening. And we started this off with a bang. So it's just the deep stacks. It's just way
This is atypically deep.
I mean, this is ridiculous.
I guess we're just feeling the 30-minute kind of structure that.
Yeah, that really
Yep.
doesn't mean anything.
My favorite final table was when Zamani won it like within an hour and a half.
Really? You won that fast?
Well, Martin.
What do you I mean, if I had called those 10s, I probably would have already won.
That's true.
I'm not still thinking about it.
I definitely stopped thinking about it.
Yeah, I stopped. I just brought it up. But I wasn't thinking about it.
Hey, you guys dashed my 2 PLO buddies right away.
Oh, yeah. It's the no limit guys now. And you.
Sweet.
3 against 1.
Is
Yeah,
that-
Michael's right. This hand's pretty boring. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
really. Is that Ted Forrest back there? Who is that?
I think
Against the
that's
wall.
Neil Warren.
Yeah, where did he come from? Because I played with him in the Bahamas WSOP 25K, I believe, and
Okay.
he like
I feel like
he
if
took
the
a
money wins, it
very
has to be really
interesting
quick.
line against me in one hand, and I'll never forget him after that. I like could not
Really?
figure out what he had.
He's popped up here at the
Yeah.
studio a lot, I feel like, over the last couple months.
Like you'll never hear, whoa, you see that heads-up match with Zamani? It took 6 hours. Like it just never.
Probably not.
Is he
He
here?
finished in 212th in that
yesterday.
WSOP
Showed up
Paradise
on time. It
Superman.
was weird.
I'd never
He
seen
looked
that
lost.
before.
I was like, what are
Yeah.
you doing here?
I don't think I've ever seen him on time. For anything. He's a maxer.
You see him on
right?
time?
He shows up on time sometimes.
Yeah.
Martin
He
Zamani
loves
is
the
a
max, but
former
Yeah.
U.S. Poker
I've
Open
literally only
Series
seen him in the
champion.
max line of everywhere I go.
you know his brother's a retired bracelet winner,
I remember that.
Ben Zamani.
Benzema.
130?
He scooped the prestigious 1500 limit Omaha 8 or better World Series bracelet.
It's a tough one to get.
Seat of the aces, Roberts with 7s. Yesterday, these two played a huge pot, button versus small blind. Also, Rizzuto with the aces, and Roberts had 8s.
That's great, Jeff.
Very similar.
Who won?
Rizzuto, about 3.5 million chip pot.
Aces held?
Aces held.
All right.
Well, aces hold here. Collopy finds his way into the mix. Ten, 4.
Check. Check. Check.
Oh,
Oh.
tricky.
Checks around.
One of those way ahead, way behind scenarios on that board.
Turn is a 5.
Yeah, but that check back by Rizzuto certainly makes Roberts feel a lot more comfortable about his 10s and 7s here. You see him firing out on the turn.
To the tune of 175,000.
What a card as well, giving Jimbo a little taste.
I do think that the small blind calling range pre will contain quite a bit of the 10x hands, some of the suited varieties, suited connected, but Collopy is going to call.
Maybe a little concern for Rizzuto. We're not folding 2 aces, right? Not for 175K in position.
Call.
Does
No, and
make the call.
And I actually think depending on the river, you know, let's say it's a brick and Roberts goes for another value bet perhaps. I think Rizzuto can find some raises on the river as well, depending on action.
River 9.
Well, now Roberts finds himself in 3rd place. So probably not going to go for another barrel into 2 players, into that overcall from Rizzuto on the turn.
And also just has to be concerned about Collopy, in fact, having a 10. Him calling out of the big blind as well. As we can see, it's just a 9 by the river.
Checks to Rizzuto.
How much if we're Rizzuto?
Checks back.
Wow.
He's just worried about Collopy having a 10.
I don't see a world in which Collopy is going to check to
Those all have
Rizzuto
sick
on
hands, huh?
the river with trips.
I almost did it again too. Right
But-
into your aces. Oh my god.
Maybe a
I
bit
could
of
have done it.
we
value
had
left on the
less.
table there.
I wish you had less too. No, I'm very happy you've got all that you got.
Pretty sure sevens was winning when you turned it over. I saw that.
And then you saw him.
Winning.
And just, no shot, that wasn't
right.
winning.
It was like all the way around.
Yeah.
Felt really good.
Yeah, once he showed, I thought I won.
Yeah. I just,
You just needed him to not show. You would have won it. Smoke
just
it.
a strange spot.
It was a strange spot.
Just,
Okay.
I didn't see how you guys could call me.
Are you kidding, bro? I flopped 2 pair.
You all had 3 pair. I guess I fucked it up. Somebody was calling me.
Thanks for checking the flop, buddy.
What was the flop? 10, 10, 4, right?
Just saying.
It cost you. Yeah. Cost you a little bit.
180, all right.
Roberts goes 3x here, makes it 180,000.
See, I told you he was crazy, Maria.
10 seconds.
Is there a flush draw on the turn?
No.
That's what I'm like.
What are you doing here? You watching?
I'm pretty sure there wasn't a flush draw. That's what I'm thinking. I was like, what the fuck could I even have here that overcalls? And that was like,
I really thought you had 6s.
yeah, but that wouldn't bet. That's why I'm saying if I do bet, it's
180?
like 180. Yeah, I didn't expect to get paid, honestly. It's just such a strange
I didn't
spot.
expect to lose once you checked.
I'm gonna be frank. I don't think I have a bluff there, so that's why I didn't bet. So you know, that's in my head, you know. In your head, it's, man, this guy's fucking around. He's got 7-6 over there. Check the flop for some reason. Now maybe he's got ace deuce.
Hold'em's a very interesting game.
You were snapping your ass off. You would have. Oh my goodness. I mean, you had a pretty good hand. You had a pretty good hand.
Might have been a fun check raise.
Exactly. I mean, you know, you think I want that to happen?
Maybe if you want to bet call.
I mean, I don't want to bet call.
It's the most table talk we've heard on the
I didn't want
PGT
the
in 2
option.
years.
I love
feel you.
Rosito.
I can't wait till my breakfast comes.
What'd you get?
My usual.
Man, you got this whiskey again? Oh, green tea this time.
Yeah.
You still got the limes? Did you bring them home?
I got a freshie right here.
Looks freshy. Nice fresh.
Yeah,
lime.
MGM's got some pretty particular standards when it comes to perishable.
Yeah.
You know, they don't want food poisoning on their radar.
You think you can get food poisoning from limes?
I know that the Chipotle scandal was related to E. coli, was related to the fact that they left the lemons and limes beside the fountain drinks. And
Really?
the reason it was an issue was because enough customers that aren't washing their hands were touching the communal pool.
Communal pool.
So they're responsible for any of that.
Okay, I'd
that's
rather
being
just
served.
have no table talk.
So
like
they didn't
usual.
poison people, but their customers effectively did.
Right.
But they lost a little.
I mean, that's.
I mean, Chipotle lost my
Do you remember that
business
or
a
not?
long time ago, before this whole scandal.
800. If I knew about that, I'd never go to Chipotle again.
I love
Yeah,
Chipotle.
E. coli is a really nice way to put it too.
E. coli.
I don't know.
Moreno targeting this
Oh, this is
bet
crafty.
from Roberts. Yeah, perhaps just the sizing made Moreno feel comfortable to attack here. Roberts, you know, really was trying to target some Queen X hands and now ends up folding.
Wow. Do you know what you're playing down there? Is that like 2-1?
No
Pretty
idea.
cool
That looks
from
like
Andrew
sun.
Moreno.
Animaniac.
1, 2, 1,
the
seven.
king to go into the muck.
2-1
2-1.
and a bit. And a tiny
Am I
bit.
playing though?
2-1 and a bit.
Yeah.
I got.
There goes
2,
Roberts.
3.
And Rosie the Riveter,
Making
what do you got down
crazy
there?
folds, aggressive folding.
I told you he's nuts.
3.
You got the rest?
I believe so. Minus what you have. It's my high-level analysis today.
Moreno approaching.
Is that going to be a
half
fun
the
one to
chips in
watch or a
play.
boring one?
That's going to be a
We'll
fun
see.
one to watch.
Depends what you find fun.
Yeah, exactly. What do you fold jack?
Minus
off?
the E. coli talk, of course.
He had ace queen. I saw it.
I'm just glad our crafts table, everything's individually
Ooh, that'll be
wrapped,
embarrassing
you
if
know.
that was wrong.
Is this real though about
Gotta be willing to
Chipotle?
be wrong in this game.
I mean, I get it every other night.
At ace king of
Oh
hearts.
boy.
What's wrong with that? I thought it was healthy.
that's wrong.
They've
I
got
don't wanna be
health
right.
bowls.
Do you get the health bowl?
No, it's an
180.
option.
No, he has a burrito with extra queso.
I do get the bowl. I don't get the burrito.
There we go.
But the extra queso part is accurate. A lot of guac.
Call.
I was told guacamole is a healthy fat.
That's what they say about avocado and guacamole. But if you eat a lot of it, I don't know.
It's just a lot of health.
Hell. Ooh, 9-6-3. Top pair for Moreno, but top two for Rosito, who has outflopped our chip leader.
Yeah, and things have just kind of been going so smoothly for Moreno today that maybe this is his first obstacle, is this scenario where he's bound to lose some chips.
$230,000.
It's 230.
Leads for a little more than half pot.
If Rosito decides to fast play here and just comes with the raise, you wonder what Moreno's going to make of it, considering, you know, he does block a lot of the draws, the straights, the gutter balls. Just going to call here.
Cocktails.
Turn king of clubs.
$490.
490.
Keeps firing. It's 490.
I'm more curious about Rosito. How does he respond with this monster that he's been slow playing?
I mean, considering this was a raised pot pre by Moreno, I feel like Rosito has to feel pretty good that that king potentially could have helped Moreno in some way. He also blocks, you know, set of nines, set of sixes. I do think unblocking all the good king X hands that might have raised pre and would fire the flop with two overs and then continue to fire the turn feels like a good spot to try to get more chips in.
Call.
Now almost 1.9 in the middle. Rosito just has a little more than that behind. River Queen.
Oh, sure.
Wonder what Moreno now thinks Rosito could have. Would he have stuck around with, call it 7-8, despite Moreno himself possessing a 7? 4-5? Or is he now concerned that
$280,000.
this is a blocker bet?
Yeah.
180.
He's hoping to just get called. Does not want to get raised. Could it also be targeting what may have been a very sticky 6 that Rosito could have called flop and turn with?
10 seconds.
I mean, now against the sizing, I just don't see how Rosito doesn't.
We're just
find some
shoving it, right?
Yeah, some
Yeah.
some additional value at this point.
Time extension.
if he did have 4-5 or 7-8, wouldn't he just rip over top of this blocker bet?
1.45.
Or something like this?
1.45.
See, Moreno is taking the glasses off. I saw him on the side. Yeah. I think he believes this 9 is good.
1.45 million.
I think he feels like he can pretty comfortably take out any really strong King X type holdings. Maybe, obviously, Ace King probably would have or should have 3-bet pre, you know, and what is he going to do here if he had a hand like Jack 10 suited? Like, does he find a call again on the turn with just a gutter? Probably not.
It could be something like King 6 or King 3 that would have peeled and then just called turn. I think he's worried about that. And of course, a very well disguised 9-6, as we can see.
And then the bluffs, Brent said 7-8, 4-5, could like a 10-3 suited or a 10-6 also.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've identified some gems there, Jeffrey. Look at you, the play-by-play guy. Proud of you.
Thank you.
But all of this being said is what's causing Moreno to question. It's a very polarizing spot.
Burning through a decent amount of time extensions here. Every one worth an additional 30 seconds to act. Does finally find the fold, and it's
Show
a good
it.
fold at that.
Show a 7.
No 7s in the hand.
The 7 in my hand is not a good card.
There you go. To your point on the potential bluffs with the 7-8.
Hit the music.
Maybe we'll check that spot out on Octopi, octopipoker.ai. You've got a couple weeks left to secure 33% off this upcoming year's annual subscription prices. This is one incredible study platform, and it's pretty cheap too. Get in there. Have a blast.
That cheap
Actually
price
enjoy
is not
studying,
going to
right?
last. Prices are
Yeah.
going up.
Seeing
It felt like where things got real, you know?
yeah, it's definitely not real.
Very rarely do we have the opportunity to see such deep stack play
Yeah.
at these final
chip leaders?
tables.
We'll see. I don't think so, though. I don't think so.
He is not chip leader.
Probably
Moreno
tied.
still holds that title.
Yeah.
That hand
It's
happened.
likely you're tied.
Yeah.
That hand happened an hour ago, and you're still needling him for it. That's fucking. I fold.
I played a final table once where the floor made some mistake, and it really, really ticked off the player.
Sure, yeah.
Happens.
So I just kept bringing it up.
Yep. We got 4-2-5.
4-2-5? Okay.
He still has the little more.
1, 3.
You guys got
So he's got you
oh,
by like
5. 4.
a
Yeah.
million.
I have like
Okay.
4. You've got like 5 even, right? 3, 4, 1, 4, 2, 4, 3, 4, 6, 4, 7, 4, 8, 4, 4, 9.
Harper in the chat, I wouldn't say these guys suck per se, but when people have a
Not
lot
even
more
half
money,
the
they
chip.
tend to play sloppy and make rookie mistakes that some
Yeah.
of us could
one's
easily
got the majority.
capitalize
No
on.
runaway chip lead here.
But I ain't got
Don't
4 or
you see that?
5K to spare on buy-ins. All right, Harper, get in here.
So this hand.
Well, you don't
They'll
need
put you
5K
in.
because we have some
That's
satellites
right, we
that
got
run prior
satellites.
to the series. So
Yeah, try that shit.
Yeah,
you
try it.
need, 5 hundo.
Let's check it down though. Okay.
I haven't seen any rookie mistakes, so I'm curious as to
He's
what
just
those
like,
might have
it
been.
looks like I have nothing. How could I bet?
It looks like I have only good hands.
Moreno opens here.
I was like, does everyone have a
Roberts,
5?
ace-jack, and a small blind up a little more than 30 bigs.
Oh. The best part about being at the final table is you don't have to like, you know,
Be over there?
at the beginning. You know, it's just,
Yeah,
everyone's just waking up. And
yeah.
a lot of grumps in the first level or two.
I'm a grump. I'm not
Oh,
a
right.
grump.
3-bet.
That's 4 or 5.
500K.
5.
Okay. Cheers.
Cheers.
10 seconds.
What a fold.
That was a pretty good fold.
Look how nuts
Where's
Roberts
Clyde at?
is here, Maria. 500K with ace
I need
jack.
him to reinforce my relevance.
Yeah, I mean, four-handed against the chip leader
Does he get on the
open.
street?
Yeah. Insane.
Oh my God, I couldn't only imagine. He probably only gets the box.
The
skip
viewership
that.
wouldn't even let us play any
3 million.
longer. They just insist on more Clyde.
More Clyde.
They'd be
There's the
telling us
jam.
to shut up so we could hear his narrating.
Said 2 million.
3 million.
3 million.
3 million. I'm glad I folded that one.
Kings?
Ace 9.
There's the fold by Roberts. Moreno quickly
You see that
rebounds.
lingered on the little block?
He had to make sure. 1. Wait, not 1. 2.
1, 2.
Yeah, 2. 2 is good.
After these 2 hands, guys, a quick 5-minute restroom break, please, and then your next break will be a real break. All right, 2 hands.
No break for us,
He had a
though.
microphone there.
Who?
Didn't it sound like he had a microphone?
You might. He's the tournament director.
It was like loud.
That's just Paul.
Yeah, it can be loud.
Yeah.
Especially with a couple drinks in him.
Dave was talking to himself. We gotta see if he
Paul's so much fun.
So you get after it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do this.
Like Frank the Tank.
Paul enjoys a cold beer 12 nowadays.
Maybe,
The thing is that
maybe
seat
not
wasn't really
quite
working
Frank
out
the Tank.
today.
I think
Yeah.
that's tough to
You have
match.
to change.
But
That seat definitely did not
no,
work
I
out
feel like
today.
Paul
Nah,
really lets loose
Isaac
during
did not
like the
use it.
GPAs and
Don't presuppose
other
that
social
Yeah.
events. I've
Might
seen
be
him
his
out at.
one day a year to drink.
Might be the only day of the year he has off.
He won for best tournament director, and didn't he take States'
Pass.
trophy home? For
Oof, throwing out my arm with these.
Intentional theft?
Paul Campbell, well regarded as maybe the best tournament director in
I
the
played
world.
an
We're
entire
lucky to
series
have
with
him
my
here
left
at the
hand 'cause I
PokerGO
threw out my
Studio.
arm.
10 seconds.
As if that's any sort of accomplishment.
More of a statement.
Sure. We were talking about paddle the other day, right?
What?
We were talking about paddle the other day?
Paddle,
Is that what
like pickleball?
The other one.
No, I don't.
Oh.
I
I
stay
played-
away from racket sports.
Oh, why? Bad for your arms? Good way to throw out your arm. I throw out my shoulder like every time I play.
Just a long-standing beef
Playing
with Gus
pickleball?
I don't know how that's possible.
I'll work on that shoulder strength a little bit.
Is squash also a racket sport, right? Badminton counts. There's
Badminton,
like 7
racket.
of these damn things.
Why aren't
Right.
these
Paddle's
games
just
named
what,
after
pickleball
food?
for young people?
Pickleball
No,
and
it's
squash?
better. It's
European pickle?
tougher. It's more European and Latin.
Latin.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a Mexican game. It was invented in Mexico.
I have some good friends that live in Mexico that play it pretty regularly.
Yeah. They just opened a club here like last year.
Nice.
It's rare. There's
It's a
like,
paddle club, right?
Yeah, and there's like
Moreno
10 clubs in
defended,
the
led
state.
here on
Really?
the 6-high flop.
That might be a
Zero
low ball, but it's
calls.
not by much.
Okay.
The flush draw has
Was
the
that a
best
pun?
hand in ace-high.
No.
Okay. I didn't know what kind of. They might have a birdie. You know, I don't know
Yeah,
if it's a
no.
ball
They
racket
have
sport.
No, that's
They
golf.
basically have like
310,000.
old tennis balls. That's what they play with. You play with like slightly softer tennis balls.
Do you know how a lacrosse ball would compare to the paddle balls you're playing with?
No, but I like tennis ball is the best. They're literally tennis balls.
Oh, they are. Okay. I thought
Yeah.
they were a little. I guess I thought squash and paddle and pickle. Now, I guess pickle I knew was more of a wiffle.
Yeah,
Isn't
pickle
it?
uses
Okay.
wiffle. Squash uses the little ones. racquetball too, but I think they're different.
River another 5.
Let's get back to talking about squashes balls.
This is a pretty interesting river just because I think when Moreno decides to lead on the turn, I feel like there's going to be some leads that contain some of the busted draws. Does look like that's why Moreno elects to give up when the board pairs. Just a little bit tough once
Nice snag
Rosito
that
calls that
espresso.
turn bet
Cheers.
for this to be a good card to bluff on.
A fascinating line nonetheless. Leading flop, betting again on turn, and then just
Yeah.
Nice
pass
hand, sir.
on river.
Maybe,
More bet.
maybe too many
One
7x,
more.
3x, 8x, some of those busted straight draws.
Last hand, right?
Yep.
And double over coming up.
We get a little potty break.
You can use the
Must
big
be
one.
nice.
You still want those flaming hot
Lot harder to
Cheetos at
replace.
Also,
break?
we
if
don't
we
have
spill.
a break, so
This is not our break.
I'm gonna take one.
They would just stop paying you for your tournament.
Hmm?
They would stop paying you. Stop paying you out.
I don't withdraw. I just rebuy.
You just rebuy? You just keep it here the whole time?
Yeah, I just want to put up enough rake to elevate this rotating graphic we have behind us.
Thank you.
I think they gotta buy out that art studio or whatever that is next door, and
The art studio moved inside. There's some space to expand. You're right.
Yeah,
You're right. I like the way you think.
yeah, just
Maybe the next USPO we can get some feathers on this bird.
exactly. Some feathers. Put a fur coat on.
pretty sure PETA would come after us if we
Yeah,
tried to do
that's
that.
1,000, 2,000, 2 Annie next hand. 1, 2, 2.
Protected species.
Also, it's a bald eagle.
Who's the last hand?
Like,
Yep.
there's no hair,
Good point.
no
Start with
feathers.
2 what? 2-5?
2-2.
Anyone that's ever seen a bald eagle clearly understands that they don't have feathers.
I gotta take a piss.
There's those
Nice.
YouTube cameras where you could
Really
just
tight
watch.
fold.
It's
I'm
like
gonna-
positioned so you could see the inside
hear
of the
about that
eagle's
one.
nest.
Your bladder's going to thank you, though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I didn't want
Kidney stones are no joke. We're getting old.
I've got it running right now.
Pot, thinking about pissing the whole
Back
time.
with
break?
more at the US Poker Open.
Are we in whisper mode now, Jeff?
Welcome back to the 2025 US Poker Open. Jeff Blatt alongside Brent Hanks and Maria Ho.
That's an interesting meal. It's literally just
Coming
a
to you
potato
from
with
the PokerGO
avocado.
Studio.
What, you making fun of my heritage?
Which one, the avocado or the potato?
The potato. I thought he was just gonna have a bowl of avocado.
We got breakfast for Jim Collopy.
He looks like a guy who would just have a bowl of avocado.
Entered the day with the chip lead. He's in third with 4 left.
Smashing it.
You
I read some
found it.
headline today about
Yeah.
like the education
Big Bear.
secretary
Super
saying that
close.
we needed to have A1 in all schools. She meant AI, but she didn't know.
There are
Oh.
33,000
What are you talking about?
people
I was like,
watching
"Say what?
concurrently.
Sauce?"
Isn't that
The
a great
Big Bear
question?
Bald
I get
Eagle
it, you see
live
the
nest
A.
cam.
Oh, that is
Yeah.
A
fascinating.
few
I'm in
more
there too.
people than
need AI
the
in
ones
your
watching
schooling.
our
Who's
show
that?
Right.
right now.
It's like when people that don't know poker very well are like, yeah, and then the range of theoretical
Don't
exploits.
go dropping
Yeah,
this link in chat or anything,
There
and
it
we're
is.
gonna lose viewers.
I do have a
40K,
wide
80K
range,
with an
that's
80K big blind ante.
They should see you play a set.
Don't leave us
A set
for
of
the
tricks.
bald eagle cam.
Yeah, at least dual screen us if you're going to check out the Bald Eagle streams.
This stream is awesome.
That's poker right there.
That's some poker.
That is fucking poker. That's a big card. That is a big fucking. That's not. That's a fold. All right.
Nice hand.
Always nice to get those through.
Yeah, he had the best hand for sure.
Queens for sure.
Rosito and Andrew Moreno neck and neck for the chip lead.
Just had to make it look bad.
Exactly. You're like, I'm gonna go strong with it, so he's gonna think I'm.
Keep them on their toes.
You might
Predictability
put
is a
in like
curse.
king 7 off. We'll never know.
40-80.
How'd you know what I folded?
What was the big card, king?
The king, yeah.
Yeah, because it's a baby right there.
Because the ace plays high or low.
Yeah.
There's a little
Yeah,
one here.
I
too.
would have
Look
said
at this.
small for ace.
Ah.
I might drive up there after the
We've,
show.
lo-
Big
we've
Bear's
lost
only
Brent.
like
We've lost Brent.
it's like a 3-hour drive.
Is that
And
big?
if I had aces, I
I'm gonna
would
find this
Oh.
nest.
with like 3 of
I
these.
might climb up
promise.
there with him.
Oh, you can't do that to me.
No, I wouldn't.
160.
Can either of you guys rank the suits off the top of your head or no?
Of course.
I know you can.
Spades,
hearts, diamonds, clubs.
Hearts, club.
I didn't say name them.
Oh,
He did
Right?
name
Doesn't
them.
it just
I
go
named them in
alphabetical?
rank.
Spades,
What
hearts,
order?
diamonds, club.
Reverse alphabetical.
Well, I think of it as alphabetical,
480.
right? Earlier in
Descending,
the
yeah.
alphabet, you go up.
We're team semantics now.
Right.
What do you say, 480?
Yep.
He said, what does it matter what he said? You have queen 5.
Pass.
Well, you just looked.
Right, because numbers are in order from
look
smallest
first.
to largest.
Sometimes.
So the alphabet is also in order from smallest to largest. It's how I think of it.
So
What?
Z is the heaviest number?
Yeah, the heaviest letter.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Do you call it Z or Z in Panamanian world?
Zeta.
Zeta. Sorry, I knew that. Fuck me.
But
Isn't
I
that a
guess-
cartel?
I guess when they speak English, they probably say Z.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Salt and Ivy had been crushing it lately.
They got really good stuff.
Not today.
Not today.
Oh.
Wait,
Got my dairy-free omelet with a
What are we up
nice
to
chunk
now,
of
Jeff?
cheese.
just 4.
What time is it? Y'all have a clock that's not digital?
Oh, yeah. It's 1:32.
Shit.
When do they close?
Last call's now.
Oh.
Why
me
did it
stall
have to
for
be
you?
a
I
non-digital?
mean, they're not going to kill my hand.
That was-
I kind of think he was just saying because their phones are
There's the
up.
small.
oh,
They-
okay. okay.
From me?
Sorry, that might all right.
It's like,
So just needed a watch. Could have phrased it differently.
he
You
just
can't
wants to
wear
find-
a digital watch, though?
That
either?
was just his way of finding out who's randomizing.
Yeah.
Which one of you?
Yeah, I don't think you can wear a smartwatch at our final tables.
What about just like a classic? You know?
Yeah, yeah, you can. You can wear a classic, but not
But
a
it's classic
not an
digital.
Apple Watch. Oh, yes.
Like
yeah.
a Casio.
Yeah.
Are those,
Yeah.
are those
50,000.
digital? Yeah.
It's my kind of watch.
He said something else.
You said 250.
250.
250.
Owen?
Collopy, the limp jam.
Mystery
That
all
will
in.
get through. And it was the ace-4 suited.
Is Solomon
Oh,
still
boy.
here?
Gonna have to chart that again as another point.
Are we up to level 5 now?
Yeah, level 5.
So even when it's Salt and Ivy's fault, it's kind of still a part of. The
I think it still needs to be
PGT
registered. Yeah.
experience. Okay.
Not all complaints are unnecessary, and so got the wrong order. Has to redo it. Sure, no problem. Got to count it though.
Wait, Maria, are you in the chat?
Yeah.
Nice.
I didn't even see you write that.
It's magic.
Wow.
I'm thinking it
It's like
telepathically.
it's our
and then
Maria Ho
yeah.
bot in the chat.
That's right. Every once in a while, you know, every 5 minutes, I'll be like, "Hey guys."
You a bridge player?
Yes, I
Oh.
played with my grandfather. We set
Oh, love that.
the record for the highest scoring game at our bridge club.
Wow.
Yeah.
One for the record books.
They have clubs for
Where do you think people
Bridges?
play?
like I mean, I guess the Golden Gate. That's a beautiful bridge.
Normally, when Brent says dumb stuff, you just ignore him too, right? Like
Yeah,
you don't
no,
actually
yeah, yeah,
acknowledge
right,
it.
right. Oh,
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes.
Well, I don't understand. I mean, I'd like to join.
Collopy bets and wins. About 2.9 million for him. Entered the day as the chip leader. 54 cashes on the PGT. Plays all the mixed series as well.
He's a great all-around player. I don't even know if No Limit's his best game.
Yeah, I wonder if you asked him what he would say. I don't think he would say No Limit Hold'em's his best game.
Loves all the Omaha varieties.
Yeah, there was chatter earlier from Rosito talking to Jimbo and suggesting that maybe he's a PLO guy. That's his game.
Yeah, maybe not just like a PLO, like a Omaha specialist in general.
Right.
Because I think he's very good at 08 and Big O and
Moreno opens Robert's
Thank you, Alan.
defense.
I feel like it got hotter here in here.
I thought it got cooler.
After break?
Gonna have to chart that one as well.
Maybe I'm just heating up.
Yeah. I'm
He act.
cooling. I don't know, cooling down again? It's a word.
I heard from some folks that live in hot climates that eating spicy food is to help the cool down
180?
after.
Interesting.
A little bit of,
I sweat pretty hard if I do that.
but the sweat is what they're going for.
Yeah?
Like the come down is like a little refreshing dip in a pool. I've heard it's related
I don't like
to
spicy food.
like your blood has to go to your stomach to process and reckon with the spice.
Okay.
And then that blood flow helps create a cooling effect.
Whatever you say.
Roberts.
I'm not a scientist.
I mean, it
We've
sounds
well documented that I have
Seven,
no
seven of spades makes it
medical
400,000.
expertise.
yeah, it has some nice
clear.
interaction with that 7 of spades. Could turn a lot of
I'm
equity.
just afraid and ignorant like everyone else.
This is what I've been waiting for with Seller
There
Roberts.
you go.
But I sleep well.
Finally.
long as you
Finally,
sleep
after
well.
he's whittled down to 15 BBs, he's coming out with
Crafty
check
15
raise.
BB player. This is quite nice.
Nice hand.
That's poker.
Beautiful, draws the fold.
You're back in
This
this
for
thing.
Christian
in.
Roberts out of
I'm in.
Venezuela.
Let's go. Clyde.
My favorite Clyde moment in one of these series was at the main event. He was outside with his dealer assist, using it as a microphone, announcing everyone's entrance.
That'd be pretty funny.
That's good.
No one is more excited than Clyde is.
I mean, you get much less hands when you play with them.
Hey,
But
the experience
the experience is
The
completely
quality
trumps.
the
Yeah.
quality of each of those
Yeah.
hands is like 2.5 to 3 times better.
yeah, for sure.
Dealer Clyde, he
You
is a
want
legend.
Clydeless poker,
Clyde the
play
Clyde.
online.
Clydeless poker.
10 seconds. 160.
Queen 10 for Collopy. Help defend. And a flop top 2.
Check.
$150.
150.
$150K from Rosito. his turn to check raise, and that's a quick win for Jim Collopy. Number one
You know what
on
you just
Washington,
got, Jim?
D.C.'s all-time money list.
You know what you just got?
Sixth
Relevance?
career
A
U.S.
snack.
Poker Open cash.
Honestly, at this stage of the event, nothing less than an appetizer.
That's true. It's all apps and entrees here.
I want the buffet.
Tapas, that's for the birds.
Are you okay, Brett?
Oh, yeah. Great. Nodding off.
10 seconds.
Great structure for these tournaments. Blind versus blind. Collopy limps in with the king 6. 10 deuce suited for Moreno.
Yeah, it's always a delicate balance between
250,000.
kind of the player experience and the viewing experience
yeah,
as far
absolutely.
as the structure is concerned.
I'm going back to watching the bald eagle nest cam.
You know, the big news out of that was for a while, one of the babies was missing. I don't know what happened. I don't
From
know.
this feed?
Yes. I believe the mother eagle had 3, maybe 3 or 4 babies, and then at one point, one
6?
had been missing because they just never saw it on the eagle cam for days, and they did not know where it went.
Man, you
Did
got
it
a
ever
great
come
eye.
I
home?
don't remember because, you know, I
about
don't
the other one?
follow this 24/7.
That's the
Right.
saddest thing I've ever heard.
Very sad, but probably great for viewership.
Yeah, they clearly don't have
He's got
any
3, 1, 4,
problems
5.
getting viewers,
Yeah.
so.
I think he's got 3, 1, 4, 5.
I mean, what would come up and just pluck a baby
I'd say
eagle
that
out
I
of the
stack
nest?
my chips as countable as possible because I
What are
respect
people
your
saying in the
time.
chat? Like, what do people say? Like, oh, this
Me
is
too.
What's
great view.
What are you trying to get at?
I didn't say anything.
Looks like a lot of
Alright.
bots in the chat. I don't know how there's so many
You
viewers.
asked for this. The 7 stacks are coming out.
Don't chat.
Why don't you type something in there and see if you get a response from a real.
Ask if they're watching U.S. Poker Open
Yeah.
coverage.
Oh, it chats off.
Oh, that's rude.
Oh. Well. Darn.
10 seconds.
There was one series where we just kept using the ARIA tagline. This is how we Vegas. Can't believe that hasn't caught on.
890,000.
Oh, Moreno, the limp 3-bet. Timing a bit off here as we see Rosito as a good one.
Yeah, perhaps feeling like Rosito has gotten a lot more aggressive since he got his hands on more chips, and
When
I
you
don't
see
mind him
Splash
choosing
Sports, do you
this
think water polo?
combo, you know, with a
No, I
nice
don't.
high card blocker,
I just think
offsuit
sports show,
variety.
generic. Should be water sports. Now that you like say it,
Hard to splash on the land
I could see a
unless you're at a final table.
10 seconds.
All in?
All in.
Nice
Net
hand.
with the 4-bet jam. It gets through, and that extends the chip
that a
lead
fun
for
one?
Michael
Must be the
Rosito.
glasses.
Yeah. His was fun, but mine was not. I could have called.
It'll be a fun one. to
I'm
watch.
digging the verbal poker, guys.
You mean like announcing bets, or
Yeah.
is that the general preference?
Yeah, I've been doing it for the last like couple weeks.
Event number 4, another 10K underway at our outer tables. Stars out for this one. There's Lucky Chewy, Darren Elias, Dylan Lindy, Anthony Hu, Jesse Lonis, Jeremy Osmus, Stephen Chidwick, Danny Sepiol, WPT champ in the mix. And there is Kristen Foxen, the winner of event number 1. third in the series standings overall. Nacho Barbero, after his second place finish yesterday in event 2, is in second. Kazome Furuse is in first. Eric Blair, the only player to have cashed in the first 3 events. Seidel rounds out the top 5.
10 seconds.
$250.
Who's the biggest surprise thus far that we have not seen make a final table? It's only event
Oh,
number
just
3.
the final table? I mean, it's probably, based on his track record in this specific series, I would vote Chidwick.
Probably the top of the
What do
list.
y'all think? Yeah.
Yeah.
As soon as I said
One of the
callers,
usual
then-
suspects you would name in that.
I thought you said all in.
I don't believe Sean Winter is here.
That's what you want.
So
Oh,
I
okay.
could be wrong.
Osmus not
I'm
making
just here
for
one
the
is
action.
always.
Although I feel like Chidwick always
more
likes
action
to,
than 2-card
you know,
poker.
wait until the
Yeah.
bigger
You know what I would've done?
buy-ins,
You said
then
all in,
he
right?
starts
Fold?
closing things out.
Yeah.
I would have been like, oh, that's such a big jam. Oh no. Without the time bank.
Joey Weissman, after his run at the PokerGO Cup, to not see him at a final table, a bit surprising. He finished in 16th this event.
Razzie,
squeaked
you're
in
running
the
away with
money.
this thing.
I thought I had more, honestly.
That is a scam, you're right.
Jeremy Becker bubbled this tournament.
He
We'll never hear
bubbled?
the end of it.
Ouch.
160?
160.
I heard 150.
I think you may have
C-bet again.
called that out on air yesterday during the show that Becker would get deep and then punt it off.
I did say that, didn't I?
And he
Oh,
stone
no.
bubbled. You brought that into the
Oh,
universe.
no.
Commentator's curse.
Yep.
Well, Becker's got a shot at it again today. He's back in the mix. So is Ike Haxton
Whoa.
in the field.
10 seconds.
Do you guys feel like this is usually the third, fourth event is where we see the drop-off from some of the players that might have satellited their way into event number 1, maybe taken a shot at event number 2, but now if they haven't done well so far, they're kind of done for the series?
The shot takers are gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good question, good point. They do, the numbers kind of have that little drop in the middle of the series as the 10Ks continue. Although this event gained 1 from event 2. But yeah, I'd be surprised if we saw a bigger field tomorrow. Or today, I guess.
150?
150.
Sure, a lot of people will be out for Passover, like me, and that's probably it.
You might be the only one loyal to the tribe on Saturday. We'll see.
We'll see.
We need to celebrate that.
Yeah.
Fold.
As Jeff,
You
While
guys
we're-
may
while we're in
celebrate
the
while I'm
booth.
gone.
while we're
yeah.
in the
Yeah.
booth, let's celebrate.
So
How
I
do
got
you
a
do
place
that?
in your mantle for this big eagle?
Jeff?
I
Maybe
do.
bring in
It's
some
only the
matzah,
mini eagle, right?
some wine. You
Yeah,
guys
one
like
little
wine.
more.
Oh,
don't
I
worry.
love mozzarella.
Nope,
I
no
see it in your
matzah.
future.
think so.
Yeah,
won't
no, that's
believe
what
the
I
size
call
of
it
the
at home
trophy
too.
shelf
You can put
built
some
at home.
mozzarella on it.
It's really
That helps.
You should
ambitious.
see David Coleman's.
Well, think about that. We'll tell you about the U.S. Poker Open on globalpoker.com. It runs now through April 20th. You can compete for big prizes and that 5K prize package to Las Vegas. Mystery bounties, PKOs, turbos, deep stacks. Play the U.S. Poker Open now. globalpoker.com.
I could see Bonomo taking it off tomorrow.
Yeah. You know, we are not going to the same Seder, but he might be taking the
160.
day.
160.
I am going to celebrate tomorrow.
10 seconds.
Doesn't it? I mean, it
440.
basically means you don't work, though, right?
No, you can still work. I just choose not to. It gives me an excuse to get away.
He just needed a break from you is all, Brent.
So you, technically, you could go to the Seder in the AM.
No, it's a nightly. You have it at night. It's not a breakfast Seder.
These shows are done by dinner time.
I know, but it's like a good time to spend with the family, and so I'm going back to Dallas
Oh,
for
you're
a
flying
day.
home.
Yeah.
Because he has a
Oh.
real ID.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I do have a real ID. Don't mean to brag.
On a real airplane.
Yeah.
Private
Zito
jet?
Open. Not a private jet. With our good friends at American Airlines.
Okay.
Ace 10-6. Gutters for both.
Yeah, Roberts found a 3-bet here, and Rosito had the type of hand that he wanted to continue with in a situation where, you know, I think Rosito has certainly gotten a lot more active as of late, and his opponents definitely recognizing that as well.
What a tiny bet into this pot.
110,000.
I mean, I think when you're 3-betting off of the 20 big blind stack size, you can certainly just go really small on these types of flops because
You've
have
never been more relevant.
significant range advantage, I think.
That texture's
Not sure
all
if that's
him.
true.
Blinds are up 15-25.
That was nice.
Turn zero is 15-25 in today's event.
Your guy.
Are you
Brett,
impressed
making
now?
something happen.
You've seen what he can do with sub 20 and
You're in your
15
head.
big blind stacks.
Creative.
Don't let the Hawaiian shirt fool you.
What's that?
He would have called if it had fooled
If
him.
you win this series, we should bring a PGT to Panama.
Would they do that?
The Panama.
We could do it, yeah. I could probably afford it.
We'd have to license the
Yeah,
brand,
exactly, I
but
was
we'd pay
gonna
them in
say.
Panamanian dollars.
Yeah. That'll all be in the toilet as soon as they decouple it.
Yeah. You get Tim a visa application. We can talk. You know somebody?
To get a visa down there? It's really easy to get a residence.
Thanks for checking us out on X, on YouTube, Pluto, Sling, PokerGo. And on X,
175.
some replies to Maria's post. Bruce says, I prefer you to be playing it, but this is a good consolation. Kevin says, Maria Ho is too good to be near at Buffalo Hanks.
What's that supposed to mean?
And John says, the rose among thorns. What?
I know that you wish that they would only just speak negatively
Yeah,
and ill
right, I
of
thought
Brent
that was
and
what was
not
coming,
include
yeah.
you. You don't want to get hit by
Unbelievable.
strays. I get
Right.
it. I get it.
I played an LAPT there once.
LAPT, Latin Poker Tour.
Latin American Poker Tour, yeah. Poker Stars.
Isn't it crazy that LA stands for Los Angeles or Latin America or
Yeah.
Louisiana?
Yeah. It's a lot
Like
of-
NOLA?
That's
Sure.
Also the Jingle Bells song, right? Fa la 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 la.
yeah. It's
La,
also
la.
a note.
Yeah.
La.
It is Jingle Bells, right?
Let's deck the halls,
yeah.
right? Fa la 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 la.
175.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, that's not Jingle Bells. Nah,
Is,
you know
is
what
it
I
deck
meant.
the halls?
It-
Am I wrong
maybe?
too?
Deck the halls. Yeah.
It is deck.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Gotta brush up on the Christmas carols.
Surprised you know those, Jeff.
Yeah.
400,000.
We have Passover, but y'all have much better music.
They don't do music for Passover?
I don't think there are any Passover songs. We got the Hanukkah song though from Adam Sandler, which is a good one.
Oh, classic.
That's a good one.
But yeah, any like sizable investment in Panama, they'll give you a residence. So if we were to start a business or a branch of something, it'd be very easy.
You're a little light.
Oh my gosh.
He's doing it again.
I'm doing it again.
Jared says, I watched the Christmas Friday Night Poker
Who called
episode
me out?
last
You?
Christmas.
Yeah,
Friday
you
Night
did, yeah.
Poker, good show. You were on that a few
I did,
times.
yeah. I
I'm
was.
sure
I
Joey
was.
Were you on the
knows.
Christmas
He
I
one?
was.
just sitting there.
I think, and we made
That was
Helmy
weird.
dress up as Santa Claus in that
Yes,
episode.
that's right. I missed that show.
Great show.
We got to bring it back. I'm sure that'll happen.
You're the chief content officer.
10 seconds.
That's content.
I don't have the power nor the authority.
What do you have the power and the authority to do around
That's
here?
a great question.
Well, fortunately
Moreno.
for the company, absolutely nothing.
Collopy bets 95K with the Jack 6.
I mean, you wonder when Roberts did limp in with the 4s, if he had some designs to perhaps limp shove against the Collopy open pre, but now just gonna try to hang on here with under pair to the board.
I would imagine that that 9 is a lovely sight for Jimbo Slice. Curious if a 2-barrel becomes a part of the equation.
10 seconds.
Ranges are so wide in this limp pot that you expect Collopy can just try to target, you know, the weakest part of Roberts' continuing range
felt
on the
like you
flop.
read my
which,
mind on the
you know,
flop, I swear to
4s
God.
and any 5x and even 8x's are going to have a tough time continuing.
I speak panicking.
Jim Collopy, the 2024 Poker
Is
Masters
that reference
champion.
going over everyone's head?
I don't know.
No one's paying attention to the market?
No.
The president, after a little creative maneuvering, decided to call folks that were panicking panicans.
Panicking.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like
He's
a
so
Star Wars thing?
surgical with his quips.
Right.
Most of the national budget's actually going into comedic writing.
Comedic writing.
That's what the tariffs are for.
Thought the tariffs were on a pause.
I guess this is the one series to bring up politics if we're going to talk about it at all. It'd be
the
the
U-
U.S. Poker
yeah.
Open.
Almost would be unpatriotic not to.
And presented by Global Poker.
Yeah. Kind of lines up perfectly.
So how's everyone's 401k?
Jay Carney in the chat did not come here for politics. Okay, my bad.
How many viewers do you think they lose with every walk?
Depends if the bald eagle
like,
is
fuck
in
these
its
guys.
nest.
I don't know. I mean, I think the viewership would prefer to watch something they can understand than all the fun we're having playing other games.
It's true.
It's like when a season or a series gets so successful, they have to really dumb it down for the wide audience in the later seasons.
Yeah. All the
Is that 1-1 in the
characters
front?
become unnuanced. This is 1 even on front. Okay.
10 seconds.
Sorry, I'll do that for you. I'd love to pick your brain about when you choose to juice it and not. I think it's fascinating.
Producer Joseph sent us a picture of Helmy dressed as Santa Claus during Friday Night Poker. It's pretty good.
Yeah, he was a fantastic
Great Santa.
Santa Claus. I think we dressed up Mike Matisow that day as well.
Well, Moneymaker for sure, right? Was Santa also or no?
Was that on a
Didn't he come-
different
I don't think Moneymaker.
season? Do we have more than one season of Friday Night Poker? No. Okay.
Unfortunately not. We only got one.
We had a Halloween
We got
special.
cut.
Where I remember Brian Pacholi
Oh,
passed out on the table.
What'd you say?
he was
I'd love
slightly
to pick your brain
intoxicated.
about when you choose to juice the raise. I think it's
Juice is worth
you
the
have so much-
squeeze.
yeah, you have so much nuance. You know, it's.
Well, I play a lot of limit, and you think of all these creative sizings,
And
and
then
then you just bet the smallest and maximum
The
at the same time.
singular, yeah.
Yeah. So if you can't exercise some of your options here,
Right.
where can you?
I see what you're saying.
Don't limit
I see what you're
my no limit.
Yeah. The more PLO I play, the more I overbet. Right?
And Moneymaker was Santa.
I definitely overbet more after only playing limit and PLO,
Yeah.
just because you can.
Just because you can. You're like, whoa.
And the trick is not to keep reminding myself I can't ask what the pot is. Yeah.
That's my probably one poker hot take. I don't think you should be allowed to.
Well, you're not allowed to ask what the pot is. You're only allowed to
PLO.
ask what can I bet. It's just that when people ask what's in the pot, what they're really asking is what can I bet.
10 seconds.
And you have how much back?
I have
8 yellow?
This is
9
9
yellow?
yellow.
Okay, that's the one. Okay. Got it. Thank you.
First hand I clicked on, Brennan, this Friday Night Poker episode.
10 seconds.
It was Moneymaker as Santa Claus. Helmy playing a pot against Maria. Maria has the deuces.
And I'm somehow still in on the turn
Yeah.
when the board's jack
9-9-4 Jack
9-9-4.
against Helmuth.
Wait, this really
I
happened?
believed in the power of the Mallards
I
long
was playing
before
an
you.
element tournament
Yeah.
once. 2 tables left, and the other table was like, how many chips do you have? How many chips do you have? And I said, I have a pot size open at this limit.
Great fold, though.
Why would you say that?
So that all the pot limit hold'em experts
Uncle Ron in the
will
game.
understand exactly what the
Good
amount
old Uncle Ron.
To be clear, did you mean 4.5 or 3.5?
is. 3.5, yeah.
Well, I mean, you know,
Tournament.
true pot was 4.
No true pot in tournaments.
I know, it sucks.
Maria, you
They
lost
weren't allowed to let their to get penalties, so everyone had to go to the
Right.
bathroom and then change their mind. as they
Helmuth
suffered
won
the table.
14K.
How are the stacks so big? Weren't they playing 5-10?
Yeah, I mean, Daniel and
175.
Antonio bought in for
That's
100K.
right.
it
Can you
looks
imagine a
like.
no-limit player that doesn't know the size of the pot, though?
I'm sure I played with more than a few yesterday.
True pot, like true facts. Like real food.
We true pot here.
Using real ingredients.
Just
Domino's pizza.
a little
now
clarity,
with
by the
actual
way,
ingredients.
about your bald eagle
Finally.
story and the
Oh.
baby
That was their
eagle.
ad campaign.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah. They acknowledged that they were selling cardboard.
No way.
They're like, now with real ingredients.
Friends of the Big Bear Nest, Jackie and Shadow, had 3 eaglets. One of the eaglets passed during a
Oh.
snowstorm. Jackie took the deceased eaglet away from the nest.
Oh.
Sad.
Does not have a happy
It'd be
ending.
nice to get one.
I know. Now you're gonna have a tough time in the small. You won't be able to just rip anything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was hoping I could do that.
You're gonna have to get a count.
Anyway, back to the action.
Oh, we've got, you know, symbolic eagles right here on the fell.
Absolutely.
Moreno actually fallen to third in chips. Him and Collopy are pretty close in chip counts.
I forgot to celebrate Pi Day.
Definitely seeing kind
Yeah,
of a
that
switch
was a
up
while
in
ago.
March
tactics
14th,
for Moreno earlier when he was the clear chip leader. He was
The,
pretty much
the
raising
new
from the small
Star
blind
Wars
to
burlesque
100%,
show
but
opening at the
now
Rio.
May the
finding
4th.
some
sold out on May
glimpse
the 4th.
into the chip leader in the big
I'm
blind.
probably gonna go like right before or right after.
My brother's anniversary is
May 4th. That's great.
very nice for their
Yeah.
brother to remember.
They did make it easy
On
for
the
you.
Flop. Moreno.
What are they going
turns
to
two pair.
repurpose Cinco de Mayo? That's cultural appropriation. We can't have that. This melting pot's going back to one ingredient. Hope. Did you hear the Supreme Court's bringing back that American citizen they accidentally sent
80?
to the wrong prison?
Just assume I watch no news,
No one watches news.
read news,
Okay.
consume news.
Stay informed.
Yeah,
It's like knowing what the pot size is.
playing PokerGO is the only way to stay informed.
I have
Every
too
time I
many
play
people
with you.
muted on social media to be informed these days.
There we go. Probably the right call. Who do you have muted?
No, nobody in this room.
Okay, that's good.
They should have just given all the federal employees Teslas.
Can you give us one person you've muted?
They're all veterans anyway. 30% of the federal
let me
labor
look.
force
Let's
is
see.
veterans.
Let's see if you
Let
can
me
give
look
us
at my
one.
list.
Who do you hate the
I heard
most?
a very small.
No, I don't hate
percentage
anyone,
of
but
them
you know,
took the,
sometimes you
what
just
was the
don't
deal,
need
like
everybody's
the severance
opinion.
package, right?
Do you?
A shockingly low.
Well, I think a lot of folks thought it was a bluff. Or they thought that the institution offering it hadn't the authority.
Right.
140.
I know someone who did take it. He retired a year early because of it.
Yeah. I think it's noble to see bureaucrats stepping out of the way and letting in a younger generation. The old guard needs to.
I feel like I'm at some sort of wine social talking to you. I swear to God.
We can order scotch.
You think this crew?
Not gonna do it twice today, huh?
That's close.
Sounds like he had it the first time.
I don't know.
We'll probably see it by the break, right?
Yeah, it's probably live.
It's the last hand, right?
Tell me and I'll tell you the hand. I'll tell you what I had that hand.
You said 9-7.
No, the hand that we played. If we're gonna know by break anyway.
Are you talking
You guys are
oh,
spending
yeah.
your break crunching.
No,
No,
I
no.
don't want to crunch on break. This is a huge. When you check raise it,
Yeah.
I had king 10.
Okay.
It's like a mergey.
Yeah. I had queen jack.
Yeah, yeah.
I had 9-6.
I was trying to get that to call. so-
Are we on break now? Or I am on break? You guys aren't?
Yeah, you can go.
See you guys.
It'll be a surprise when you get back, right?
I'm gonna come back and you guys are two-handed? Three-handed. Okay.
Two-handed now, yeah.
220. Okay. Thank you.
Moreno and Roberts choosing to save themselves some time. Like, what'd you have on that hand? What'd you have?
220.
Okay. Just figure it out now. Now they both know. Blind versus blind here. Rosito raising with the 8-7 off. as the chip leader. Robert's the shortest stack, about 20 bigs, 10-4 diamonds.
Do you think it would be considered unethical in that spot to just lie because you know now they're not going to go and look at the hand? I'm sure somebody's done that before.
Absolutely.
Privileges here. Don't have to worry about someone taking it. There's a lot of cameras.
Do you remember when Nick Wright
Good luck,
played
guys.
Phil
Don't
Hellmuth heads
fuck
up
it
on
up.
High Stakes
Yeah.
Duel?
He lied to him all the
Yeah.
time.
Genuinely
Yeah.
lied straight to Hellmuth's face for 3
Frequently.
hours.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to break on a real thriller.
I think Rosito might
360?
feel compelled.
There we go,
Yeah, he's gonna bet.
360,000.
Feels like a pretty honest line.
That's what he
Holding
wants
this
you to
feels a
think.
little silly. I do about one of these a tournament where I'm like, I just fucking believe you, and I let go of something that would be just a crazy fucking fold, and I think it's gonna be this one.
Music to Rosito's ears.
Yeah, it sounds good to
About one
me.
a tournament. So I'll just be stationing off like every other fucking river forever. I usually use like 2-time banks and then chuck it. But I gotta make sure.
Time extension.
I think he's going to find the hero call.
I just really believe you. Such a ridiculous fold. I'm just supposed to like, boop, be done with it.
10 seconds.
Yeah. I fold.
I'm not sure how ridiculous it is, but it does
just-
fold fourth pair.
Yeah, it's a pair of 4s.
He does have the
10,
10
yeah.
blocking the straight, but you know, yeah,
Well, okay.
And he shouldn't be too upset with himself when he
no.
finds out that it was a bluff from Michael Rosito, and we're going to go to break. We'll be back in a little bit.
Wait. Sailor Roberts
There
actually
he is.
has a good hand?
20 bigs, ace king.
Oh, the Nightcrawler staring intently.
With the queen jack of diamonds.
It's pretty.
It is pretty.
Him and Roberts pretty similar stack sizes. Kempton a little shorter, of course, but definitely a hand, yeah, that you would just expect. You're gonna get all the chips in here.
Roberts will snap it off, and here we go with 1.9 million in the middle.
This kind of tournament. It's
It really has.
It's been getting in. Someone gets all
Your
in right
table was
away.
doing the same thing?
That was our table.
Yeah, it was just
Our
all in
table
every
was
hand.
just, yeah, it was all in every hand.
It took out all the low cards.
I mean, how many blinds are in play?
Right, short
Cover
game.
me, I think, right? You have
Yeah,
like a
right.
million?
Tiny
Yeah,
big
yes,
super
yeah.
like a
Kempton's
million
tournament
each.
life on the line. 60-40 dog.
So about 40K after this hand.
Thanks.
996 with one diamond. Couple backdoor draws for
What do I
Kempton.
need? A queen or a jack?
A
or
10 of
Yes.
diamonds.
some kind of straight?
Oh, I
Yes.
blew
I
it.
guess a flush?
Yes.
I hit.
Okay with a king of diamonds? Is that?
Yeah, acceptable.
And there is that flush
King of diamonds, yeah.
draw.
What did you just say? The king of
I
diamonds.
think you said that.
15 outs for Kempton. You see him on the top of your
From the
screen.
horse's mouth.
This is my fault. Goodbye, guys. Good game.
Yeah, nice playing with you.
Tournament dealers, please scramble your bet.
They don't wash decks here. They scramble them.
I mean,
I'm thinking 9 river. Stone flip.
River is a blank.
Again, buddy.
And that does it for Isaac
Sure, we should
Kempton.
count it.
I think
So he's got about 5, you get about 2. You get
Paul
about
sums it up perfectly.
3.5.
Close.
Says you guys
No,
are an
3.5.
ace-king suited as commentators, which even that's too high. But
So
with
you guys just
Maria,
wanna chop it
it's
even?
aces.
That's what I'm hearing.
Nice.
That is nice.
That's
Wow.
very sweet. Who was that? Was
What's
Paul?
your Venmo,
It's
Paul?
Yeah, Paul.
Oh, Paul's Venmo. Let me. Here, I'll send it to Paul. Just send it to me.
Yeah, just friend knows Paul well.
I know Paul. We go way back.
Roberts just calls on the button, ace queen.
Jimbo Slice doesn't like the price. You know, I'm a poet as well.
I would love to see you be able to rhyme every sentence today. Make it work.
I don't.
This is your open mic, actually. This is your time to shine.
I'll give it a
Maria
go.
can do the analysis. You just do all rhyming. That's why we have a 3-person booth.
Yeah.
Bosses will be thrilled.
I'll give it a go, Maria Ho.
Nailed it. DJ Midlife Crisis, first of all, sorry to hear, but secondly, he says, I'm here for the commentators. The poker is just interrupting background noise. All right. I like it, DJ.
Honestly, same. I'm just here to hang out in the booth with you guys
right.
and talk. I don't even watch
Well, you
the
know how
stream.
some people say that they watch this on mute? Well, really, like those people are missing out, because what you
Yeah.
should do is you should just be listening to this. You don't
And
even
not
need
watch
to,
it.
No, and not watch it. You don't need it.
Yeah, which is why we are on syndicated radio with SiriusXM and everyone throughout the world.
Do you have SiriusXM?
No.
Do you know anybody who listens to SiriusXM besides the person on your right?
Nobody pays for that anymore in their
I
car,
do.
right?
I think a very small percentage of people do.
I love it.
Which is great. Like, all due respect to SiriusXM.
No
Great
one
program.
uses it anymore? Is it really?
You're the only
Am
person I know who uses.
So I'm a boomer because I use Sirius?
That's not the only reason.
It comes
why
in
you're a
all.
boomer.
If you own a car, it comes with the car. You just got to pay
Let's
like
be real.
$10 a month.
So it doesn't really come with the car. It's just a subscription service.
Yeah, but it's in the car.
Okay.
It's right in there. A little sticker on it somewhere.
Both players show up with some showdown value here, but what does Roberts want to do when it's checked to him? Maybe
See, I
go
think he's
for a
value betting.
little tickler?
Yeah.
And it could work.
It is a little tickle. He's value betting ace queen high. I told you this guy's good. Total psycho.
I mean, Moreno's definitely thinking about it. I mean, this hand did get checked all the way down to the river.
10 seconds.
Is there a world in which his hand performs better as a bluff?
Time extension.
The 9 of hearts being a very key card.
Yeah, but his mannerisms tell me.
Welcome back to Las Vegas, Nevada, back to the PokerGO Studio and back to the 2025 U.S. Poker Open. Final table coverage of event number 3, $10,000 by a no-limit Texas Hold'em tournament. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks and Maria Ho. Maria, quite the start for one Michael Rosito.
Yeah, I mean, after having to fold those 10s the first hand of the final, he's really been able to find a lot of good spots to chip up.
Look at the payouts presented by Octopire. Final four guarantee $98,100. Got a 27K pay jump from 4th to 3rd, and Brent some work to do for one Christian Roberts.
Yeah, the sailor is going to have to get it going. This level jump really hurts him. He's down to about 12 bigs.
5,100K with a 100K big blind ante.
But you know what Roberts has on his side? That
Straddle?
crazy, aggressive
There it is.
strategy.
It's about time you figured that out. Been telling you all day.
It's Moreno raising here at the ace-queen suited.
You wait till the sailor doubles up, Maria. You will be blown away.
10 seconds.
Oh man, you got Sour Patch Kids.
Push goes into
So
it.
no, I don't want it very hard. Maybe I'll have one later.
You want me to open them?
Nah.
He wants you to physically put it into his mouth.
Sour Patch
Maybe
Kids.
everything but that.
Bunnies.
Bunnies.
Yeah. It's another holiday coming up, Jeff. You ever heard of Easter?
I thought April was Passover only.
Yeah, it is.
I love Easter.
I do too, for all the snacks.
Yeah.
Maria, can I interest you in a bunny?
Like those chocolate peanut butter eggs.
Why
If
do
you're
we
trying to read the nutrition label on it, it's not going to be great.
Remember when
It's-
you tried to share your protein chips with me, and I was like, let me see
Yes.
what's on
Full-on investigation. Well, those are going to be a little better than
What was it about the protein chips that
Good question.
you were concerned about?
I was looking for seed oils. I'm
Oh.
trying to not consume too many of those.
What is seed oil? Is there any in these?
This one has sunflower oil.
Grab a bunny.
So that's a seed,
I mean,
right?
yes. Some
point.
seed oils are worse than others, though.
What's the worst seed oil?
I don't know. That's a good question. What causes the most inflammation in your body? Let's see. I don't know I don't actually know the answer to that. Let me
About
see.
$1 million.
Those are
back?
very sour.
A million even.
Very good, though. Anyway, King Jack for Rosito. Queen Jack for Roberts. Calling off the button. On the button off the short stack.
Soybean oil, according to the internet.
Soybeans.
Soybean oil is the bad?
The worst
I
oil.
thought
for
soybean was a fine oil.
your yeah, I don't know.
Is there any food we're allowed to eat? Wait, here's your flaming hot Cheetos.
Oh, there we
right?
go.
Yeah, that's my one exception. We don't read the don't read the back.
Wow,
of
it
that.
actually features 37 different types of seed oils.
Everybody has their vices.
That's right. Can Roberts sneak this one through? Be pretty crucial for him.
$400.
Oh, gets Matumbo'd out of that one. Rosito reads right through it.
Hold on.
No way.
Hold on. He's thinking about it.
10 seconds.
I mean, Rosito raised pre, and then the flop went check, check. So the only real hands that you would expect
Time extension.
Rosito to have here is to have some good 10Xs he might have connected with on the turn, because I think Roberts assumes that Rosito would have just followed the pre-flop raise with a C-bet with a lot of overpairs and other hands that he has here for value. I think
10 seconds.
Roberts is sniffing something out here. Here's your chance.
All in.
And there it is!
I
do
told
what-
you.
No way!
I told you.
Christian Roberts.
And irrelevant again.
He's the one who gets one through. Oh, that
Finally.
is nice.
Now are you a believer?
Bravo. Your Christian Roberts bio board presented by GPI THM. One bracelet, more to come, I'm sure. Out of Venezuela. It's been crushing it over this last year or two.
I mean, I definitely think there's a point in everyone's career where, you know, they feel like in order to become the best, they have to try to beat the best. And that's why
Yeah.
they find themselves here in the studio. You know, it's just kind of that confidence in your game to take it to the next level.
10 seconds.
I don't think I can speak for the two of us, myself and Jeff, we would have ever been able to pull the trigger in that spot.
Not that spot. No,
Little to no fold equity, it seems.
Right.
right.
And he just found it.
Yeah,
700,000.
that's so impressive.
700.
That was filthy.
Yeah, I think he felt like there's not going to be a lot of value hands there that receiver
Yeah.
could have, and it's kind of nice to block some of the good 10x's that might raise pre, like some queen 10, jack 10, you know, that might have gone into his thinking. But I agree, like that's not a spot that the typical player would find, I think.
Like even the value hands that do check flop would want to start getting some money in by leading turn.
Yeah, and there's also, I mean, a little bit of the problem of kind of what Roberts is trying to rep, you know, really just should only have some 10x, maybe some slow played, like 2 pairs on the flop, but I don't know.
Yeah, but when he flats button pre
Yeah,
off
it's
12
just gonna
bigs,
limit
it's just,
his, yeah.
right, what is he?
Right.
Before that, so 1-9. Should be.
Can just have the aces.
Could have aces.
Could have
right?
the
Yeah.
aces for
Just
sure.
has the aces.
1-9-50.
It's not like it was pocket 3s, 5s, 7s, 10s.
Right.
10 seconds.
Well, got to give that one to him.
Damn.
I mean, what we have seen from Roberts, the times he's just a tough out.
Yeah, good way to put it.
Always
Good way to put
finds
it.
ways very creatively and aggressively to pick up pots that he has no business even being in.
I think we do agree, though, that that play only works against thinking players. You know, just because of the lack of fold equity, it feels like if you try to
good
make
point,
that
yeah.
play against somebody who, you know, is just going to be like, well,
It's only
I
300K
already-
more.
exactly.
Yeah,
I
gotta
already
call.
went out there.
Priced in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To that point, it's understandable that Rosito just felt the need to go to 400K instead of jamming because he doesn't think he gets bluff
Yeah.
3-bet enough.
Yeah.
So might as well hang on to that extra, in his mind, hang on to that extra 500K. Had he check jammed and lost, we could see there that the check jam just gets through and ends that. Roberts goes 2x pot here.
He seemingly has identified that Collopy's just trying to get to the river with showdown value. Perhaps believing that it's a lot of ace-X holdings. Very curious
10 seconds.
what he has. It's a mystery hand to us, of course, that Roberts possesses.
Time extension.
Oh, we need to see that.
Come
one.
on,
Well, yeah, we need to see that hand, please.
please.
Hit the
Had a
jack.
jack.
He hit the jack.
Had a
There it
jack.
is. So it was pure value. Wow.
You know who just entered the field in event number 4?
I don't know,
That
Jeff.
would be Roger Johnson.
Roger.
Holds the record for most consecutive cashes at the U.S. Poker Open. Cashed the first 5 events last year. To put that in perspective, only one player has cashed the first 3 this year, Eric Blair.
And we haven't seen him in the field in the first few events.
I don't know. I haven't seen his name in the updates.
I think he's been playing.
Is
I
it-
believe
okay, that
I
would make sense. He usually comes out here for the first
I
couple.
saw some reporting about a fancy pair of shoes he was
Oh,
wearing.
nice.
Rachel 7-1 also.
Six, 5-5, open ender for Collopy, though one side of that straight would make Rosito a full house.
$160? Oh, you got it. 175. 150.
150.
Seconds.
500.
Collopy, the check raised to 500,000.
We're playing the game now.
10 seconds.
Yeah, you wonder if Rosito feels like this is...
Okay.
Whoa, okay.
Oh my goodness. What is
They're
happening?
indeed
Things
playing
are,
the game.
things are happening.
925,000 with the threes.
I mean, is this one over?
Does Collopy feel like Rosito, would play something like overpairs like this? Probably doesn't feel like the threes would necessarily be doing this. And sometimes threes finds a check back on the flop as well. So I just think that Collopy doesn't very often feel like he's going to get 3-bet when he goes for the check raise, which kind of makes this really tough decision for him. Hard to fold all that equity. Doesn't even realize how much equity he actually has.
Remember what, and we just saw it a moment ago with Rosito versus Roberts. Rosito snap folded with which seemingly had no fold equity against the Roberts shove. So some of that, I imagine, is running through Collopy's head, and he does continue.
2.4 million in the pot. He is about 1.6 behind. Turn brings the queen of hearts.
And yes, we can see that Collopy has the straight draw. But if he did have trips, a 5 in his hand, I think he would do exactly what he's doing right here. He would have just called the 3-bet on the flop. And whether he makes his hand or he doesn't, allows him to take it away if this turn goes check, check.
Which it does. River 9 of hearts.
Okay, let's see. Is this part of the plan? Certainly can't win at showdown with 7 high.
That's always a good reason to maybe consider bluffing, is when you just get to the river with the bottom of your range, no showdown.
All right, tournament dealers, go ahead and get them back in the air. 15, 3, and 3.
And the 9, I think, helpful too, right? 7, 8 slides home.
Yep.
Here it comes. Collopy going for it here.
And no snap fold by Rosito. He beats this. He beats some missed spades.
Wow.
Does let it go. Nicely done, Jim Collopy.
Little smirk there. That was a wonderful hand.
With that, moves into just about a tie for the chip lead with Andrew Moreno. Look at Collopy's bio board, brought to you by GPI THM. UCSD.
That's right, fellow Triton.
Yes, indeed.
Like 15 left.
3-5.
Poker Masters champion from last year. UCSD made the tourney, yeah?
Yeah, they did. I
Lost
feel
to
like
Michigan by like 100 points or something.
yeah, but weren't they just kind of they weren't even supposed to make it to that round, right?
Oh, right. Like it was
They
big
were-
for them to win
yes,
the
it was
conference. A
huge.
surprise for them to get in there.
It's huge.
That's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate.
So UCSD is not the same thing as San Diego State?
No. San Diego State's the party school. UCSD was more for the nerds.
Oh, right. I'm sure
Yeah.
you did no partying.
I had a lot of friends at San Diego
Oh, there you go. That's a good way to play
That's
it then.
where
Yeah,
I did
yeah.
my partying.
10 seconds.
Collopy rewarded for that play with the ace king.
725.
Time extension.
725.
You get another ace right behind it.
Round to PLO.
One round?
One round.
All right, I'll start the straddle.
Round of straddles.
Yeah.
Let's get rid of fourth, third, second. Let's just play for it all. 500K to first.
Everybody adds 20K.
Those are little baby Golden Eagles,
out,
and then everyone's
take
playing
off.
for the big boy.
That's right.
Can
The
we all
end of the
take like
series.
50 and then play for the rest?
No money back.
No money back?
Nothing.
I think it's
I'm
my
asking
favorite
for half
trophy
of what we got
of all
locked
the
up.
The
majors.
min cash guy.
I
is
love the
gonna
Eagle.
Take more home than we will if we get the right deal.
Have you ever won an
I
Eagle,
think I'm
Maria?
with you on
There's
that.
no money locked up.
I have not.
You never played any of these, have you? Very
I have.
few. Very
I've
few.
played a few.
Yeah.
but
Jeff, can you go to
not
the
enough.
stats department and
Yeah.
see who has a better resume at the U.S. Poker
Oh,
Open?
you
Oh,
set
I
you
don't know
up
if I've
for
ever-
this
No,
one.
no, no.
I might not have
Between
played any
Helmuth and
USP.
Maria.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever even played any USP. I've played like some other PGT
it's different stuff.
series.
Okay,
I don't know.
then
Well,
that's not a fair one. I think
Helmuth has
had-
10 caches
Oh.
at the USPO.
Oh,
This is
okay,
the
never
one
mind.
series he's. Remember the Queen 4? Got it in against, called it
Oh,
off for the Queen
right.
4 against
That's
Fox.
right.
Foxen. What an epic hand that was. That one made no sense.
The look on Foxen's face.
There were T-shirts made
Yeah.
of that hand.
Yeah.
Didn't he give a speech about the math?
Yeah.
100.
100.
I mean, how many views does that hand have? It's got to be up there.
290K.
It's got to be up there.
It was a Foxen Open, a Helmy 3-bet, and Foxen jammed with 9s. It feels like, yeah, I have Queen 4, I call.
10 seconds.
I will say, though, this was 3 years ago. The 3-bet with the hands like the Queen 4 off out of the big blind, we didn't see it that much in high rollers back then. Like, we see it a lot now, and they don't call it off when they get
Right.
jammed on. But, I mean, Helmy,
Well, hold
Ahead
on
of his
now.
time.
To continue with that narrative,
yeah.
what we may now see in future high rollers is players will be calling it off with the queen
yeah,
four.
true.
So Helmuth has just always been ahead of the game.
He's a trendsetter.
Yeah.
Check.
10 seconds.
I also can't help but notice as I look at the PokerGo YouTube page and I check out videos and then
375.
sort it by popularity.
Yeah.
He's involved in the #1 video on our channel with Eric Person.
From the heads up.
The heads
With the
up.
double
It's
birds?
the Helmuth can't handle the crazy trash talk. The double birds. It's up to nearly 8 million views.
Wow.
10 seconds.
Moreno just ace high does make the call. That ace high is
Nice
no
hand.
good.
Thank you.
Zito looks for some value
that
with
what
the
you had the
5
other
ball
blended on?
and finds it. Nicely done to move him up to 4 million.
8-5?
Yeah.
What was that? 8-5 wouldn't have been nothing, right?
Nothing in it.
You know when you play hands that well, you're not eligible for Clyde's Most Improved award.
Did you see the stream already?
No, I didn't see it.
Oh, how'd you know my hand?
That's good. That's good.
You know when the next break is?
I assume every 2.
Every 2?
We did every level on Saturday.
That's 13 or 12?
Yeah. They were hour-long
and
levels.
The total's like 1.9.
Okay.
Right, so
Kings
that's
for
13.
Zito in the small.
10 seconds.
Nice run. We did every level for Saturday's final table.
300?
Yeah, he's 300.
This one's just a fold.
It's unfortunate for Zito.
Jim. Jim, can you pass me that? Don't do it on the table. Are you crazy?
Right over the table. Just chuck it.
Oh, careful. That is a full
There's any money
drink that
behind
you're
this price.
passing
I
over.
appreciate it, buddy. Getting up would have been
All
too
the
much
money's
effort.
going to the display, not the tables.
What do you think that costs?
Tim can make these tables like he's got a printing company.
I swear, every
Well,
time I
the
look at that
technology
screen on the back
underneath
of the
the
felt, I can
felts
see
is
2025 imprinted
Expensive.
in my vision. It's bright.
Like that screen burn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
We'll
I will
put
say
your
Blue
stats up
52
there to get real
Productions,
Ooh.
if
There
you
you
want to,
go.
you know, have a
How
table
close,
made
too?
or
I've
whatever
seen
you're
people's
trying to
heads up stats
outfit,
before.
you can head there. And we'll build it for you.
3-2.
Thanks.
I don't want to say my head's
Blueprint
upset, but
52. Blueprint? Or blueprint?
I believe that's what I said.
embarrassing.
Oh,
I don't want to
sorry.
see him.
You're not a winner, heads up?
You know, I was thinking about it. I can't think of the last time in a big tournament I got a heads up and ran it. Literally every single time I've busted has been on the river.
We remind you to check out Octopi. It's octopipoker.ai, and it is actually a fun way to study. Whether you're a casual player or you want to get into the high-stakes arena, check out octopipoker.ai, and especially while the prices are what they are now. Only about 3 weeks, maybe even less, till they raise them up on you to the new annual subscription prices. So take
You got
advantage
no
of the
faith.
last
You
chance
got
call.
no place being here, you know.
I think I'm on like 2 in a row or something.
Yeah.
George
Heads
the
up.
Octopus looks fun. That's his name, right?
You're on a-
George?
you said you're on a
George,
two-week?
yeah.
2 in a row, maybe
nice.
3.
Maybe
George
three.
and Tom. That's
Doesn't
the other
even
guy.
know.
Can't even remember.
Very stoned.
I just
George
can
is
remember
getting
the last
smart. That AI
That's good. Good for you.
building.
What type
If you
of
guys want to chop, I can get bought off.
two. What type of what?
what type of trophies were involved? Bracelets, ring.
Bunch of win stuff.
What kind of hardware are we talking?
Yeah, yeah.
Just win. I can only play at the win.
Gotcha.
Winner of the
win
Win
at the win.
Millions.
Win specialist? Yeah.
Yeah.
So you and Becker are tight.
What type?
Didn't he used to win everything over there?
Yeah, a couple dailies. I think he won something else. Maybe like a 1600 one day.
And all that shit went straight to his head.
That's my boy, man.
Yeah.
He's fucking. I love his
Jeremy
game.
Becker
He's sick.
catching
He
a
does some
stray
wild
here.
things.
I'm a big fan of his game.
Did you make it 350? Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Okay. I just like there was a single 25K hanging out there. I couldn't figure it out.
Rosito saying that Becker is
Following the
his
action
boy?
is a big
They're,
part of
they're,
the game.
they're
Yeah, they're
tight?
boys.
Didn't
When
know
you're
that.
in a hand, yeah, I agree.
When you're in the game.
I was playing OFC with Chino on day 1.
I believe that.
Yeah. He creamed me.
Yeah.
Cream.
We had a little Laden Stinks. Is this the new deck?
I know they're like.
Chip denominations brought to you by Splash Sports.
they're
Purple's
all
25
pretty
KZL,
bent in the
Bumblebees
middle.
100,000
It's not a new deck.
apiece.
It's just a different deck than the one we just used. It seems worse than the one we were just using in case we care.
Assistant to the assistant.
Well, gonna have to mark that one, Jim.
A card's half off the table.
Is it?
It's gonna be 7
Which half?
complaints from Mr. Collopy.
If they marked all the cards during the mixed game series, be careful. That means the low cards are
The
valuable.
deuces are marked.
That's all me.
In what order would you mark cards?
Right.
You know I marked
You're-
the mallards.
Yeah. Your starting hand ranges are a little different.
In a
than
minute.
Yeah,
ours.
yeah, he's
I don't
looking
know.
for those.
Call it a torse. Ace deuce 7.
350.
350.
I tell you what, if I marked him, I wouldn't be the one identifying him.
10 seconds.
You don't trust the peepers?
Haven't heard much from Moreno in a
I
while.
was just thinking the same.
Like, not a word.
Like, not at all.
Just dialed in, I suppose.
Gets locked in.
I keep gravitating back to the 1.5 I started with.
Gave us
So,
a great
I
interview
think
beforehand.
I'm gonna get it in. I'm gonna get it in heads up for 1.5.
Said when he gets like
over and
a little
over and
tilted
over again.
here, loses a big pot, sits back, he thinks, how effing cool is this to be here, to have this kind of opportunity to compete here at the PokerGO Studio amongst the best of the best.
This card
I
He
think
dropped the
Goes
F
right
bomb
back.
in the
This
He
card
interview.
did.
sucks a
He
lot.
did.
Wow.
Trust me. We're
Gonna have to
not
bleep that one out.
Probably would have to, yes.
Holy shit! Is that a 3? I know that.
Yeah,
card.
things definitely have
That
been a
card's for
little
sure
bit more
a 3.
difficult for Moreno once
If
you know
it is
he
a
had
3,
the
I
chip
will
leader to
legit
his
ask for a new deck.
direct left and just didn't get any help from the deck either. But thanks to this structure, though, still
Great
has
structure
34
here.
big
What a
blinds.
structure. Yeah. Great job, Commish.
Great job
Duckworth.
by Commissioner Duckworth, who's come under fire as of late. A lot of talk about his job status.
Just one letter I'd probably change in his last name.
Oh. That's all right.
All in.
All in.
Doesn't it feel like he knew he was shoving the whole time?
Yeah. It always feels that way. It's like,
He said call. I'm like, oh, all right.
It's
I
like
win.
last second.
win.
I guess I'm all in.
Yeah, I had
I thought
a
you meant
feeling we
before
weren't
I
gonna
looked.
go. Yeah.
No. I mean,
It did feel like I wasn't gonna.
at the buzzer.
It was a disappointing show. It was one of those where it's like, I wish I could do better, but I can't. I'm not good enough, you know? He
Ace 10
peels,
off?
I just get fucked. Ace 10 off? What type of nit do you think I am?
Hey man, it's a hand that doesn't really want to get called, yeah.
I mean, if
take a
he did
call.
think
Ace
that
6
about you, he won't after he
Close.
sees that queen jack hand.
Yeah.
So
10 seconds.
Ace 10 off makes the call on the button.
I would imagine at break, these guys do have a chance to check their phones. They'll get
For
updates
sure.
from whoever's tuning in. I would love and can't wait to see the reaction from
10 seconds.
Rosito. That Robert shove with Queen Jack.
Moreno checking his suits when clubs come down.
Check. Check.
Goes check, check, deuce on the turn.
Check.
Moreno checks once more.
Check.
As does Rosito.
Yeah, you begin to wonder at what point does Moreno feel comfortable trying to get some value. You know, being out of position, you can definitely understand why he would want to check twice, but maybe on the river.
480,000 or 475.
That's 475.
25K, the lowest denomination chip in play, so
You're one short.
make that 475,000.
Kind of similar to the Roberts fold with 10-4 in the sense of like some lines just feel very credible in terms of value. And
This one just happens to be honest.
yeah, this one, yeah, this one is. And Rosito has a hand that he could potentially want to look him up with,
And he does do just that. Moreno gets paid
Oh,
off
That's why I didn't have nines.
to take the chip
When I saw the
lead.
raised call, I was like so ready
You know
to
what's
just
going
have
through
nines
his
here
mind
and
is
have all
when
that shit happening
Roberts
again.
made that fold.
But
Rosito was bluffing, so
You're
he
no
was
buck-
like,
Yeah.
oh, maybe Moreno doesn't have it.
And Moreno very capable of
Sure.
taking that type of line with air,
Kinda
similar
wish
to
I'd
what
had nines.
Rosito did himself.
Feels nice to drag a pot after a drought.
Look at Moreno's bio board presented by GPITHM. He and his wife Christy have 2 kids, Miles and Maya. Moreno looks for a second PGT title. He is also a Win Millions champion alongside Michael Rosito.
$225.
There's 225.
That pot, though, puts Moreno back in the chip lead, and
It's going to be a lot harder to lose 30 in the next event.
just
We have to
goes to
play,
show that
through
you know, we're
registration.
kind of
Really
getting
fucking
to
tough.
the meat of the tournament where the blinds are concerned. That
We've been
you know, just
beforehand in a
one
minute.
kind of
I know.
raised pot,
We lost
single
the
raised
first
pot
two,
pre
like,
that goes
before we could
check
get a
to the
drink
river
order
with
in.
Quick, yeah.
you know, a bet and a call can
I mean,
end up
this thing
swinging
was
these
deep.
stacks one way or the other.
All of
More
it.
so than now.
Oh,
As it goes.
okay then.
Boy, sevens is probably quite close.
75, 125, okay.
I realize Roberts only has 18
Is there any
bigs,
chance we
19
can get
bigs.
commas on that board?
But we have those other smaller pairs in rough
Wow.
shape. For him to
Can I
use
email
Jack
them?
9 suited is interesting to me by Moreno.
Rosito might go through a couple time extensions here.
No yawning.
10 seconds.
32 big blinds pre. It feels like it's right on the line, but just folds, cannot find the call.
If
Split
Moreno
side
had
would weigh in.
sixes, fives, fours, threes,
He
twos,
makes a big lay
he would
down.
probably do that off of that stack. Maybe. Maybe it's just call with those
Does Clyde
pairs.
ever deal
I don't
this?
know.
The feature table?
He's got too much excitement for
Turn
it.
to draw. Uno.
Oh,
Good job. Good job.
You see him show the 2, 3, 4 this time, so he doesn't do it next.
oh, I've run so good on those. Why'd you pick that one? Yeah, what's up?
Clyde would love you, but his team is too
Andrew
big.
Moreno.
Yeah, you're right, yeah.
He would love you, though.
Yeah, because, yeah,
He feels like the high stakes rules, so he does.
yeah. I mean, this table's too big for every dealer, but yeah,
Especially.
yeah.
Collopy. Birds.
Seconds.
225.
And Rosito with queen 10.
Oh,
Sorry.
He defends.
check.
955.
That's 125.
Arigato.
Winner. Collopy Moreno very close
Lines
as
are
far
up.
as stack sizes
Alright,
are
this
concerned.
is the first hand.
We've reached that point in the tournament. Does anyone know what it is?
Oh, the beautiful,
The all-ins?
beautiful one
Of what?
stack.
What the blinds are?
Rev it up.
4. Ah, yes. Jim Collopy. Little breakfast. He didn't quite enjoy it. I think he exchanged that one for this one. There we go. Got some berries, strawberries, blueberries, all the berries.
Little fruit medley.
There it is.
Yeah. Healthy guy.
Back to the eggs and avocado.
What in God's name is that? Those aren't eggs. What is
I
that?
think, is it the just egg? The
Some sort
not
of
egg,
vegetable in
egg.
there.
We just appreciate that
I
he's
do
using
love
a
jerseys.
fork and not
I
his
really do.
hand.
Sure.
You know?
You're the
Yeah.
only one.
Blinds go up
Unnecessarily
75K,
rude.
125K,
Yeah.
125K big blind ante. Great
I
structure.
think they have the most farmers market as any state in the country.
Oh, that's weird.
250.
Fun fact. And not a single major city.
If you think about doing Jeopardy,
Collopy could do Jeopardy.
I feel like you would do all right. You seem like a little bit of everything kind of guy.
A non-specialist.
Sorry, somebody had a comment in the chat that's, well, it's since been deleted, but
I find myself in my old age
Not
on
bad.
YouTube like, how do bridges work? I'm like, let me see how bridges work today.
Oh, yeah, we can leave that one.
Just
That's
getting older,
creative
just,
trolling.
Like,
Can you bring it
gathering
back?
Random facts.
How do you bring it
I
back?
did one civil course in
think
college.
so.
It was a great time.
275.
275.
He said, I mean, I'll just read
Yeah,
it. Why
can you
not?
read it for
He
us?
says, Andy says, I tuned in for about 20 minutes, and I would rather go.
Now,
have
hold,
my
hold on, Jeff.
Oh, okay.
Bring
Let's
us in here.
Redo that. Moreno opens with the queen 10, 275K. Collopy, the aces in the big blind.
I don't know. How much do you have? Two and a half. 3. 1.9.
Might have a little action brewing.
2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 4, 6, 4, 7 behind. How much do you have?
Less.
10 seconds.
$925.
925.
The 3-bet is to 925,000. Winner.
Okay, now, Jeff, get back
so
to that.
Cousin
yeah.
Andy said, I tuned in for about 20 minutes, and I would rather go have my prostate
Slightly
checked by
more
Freddy
follow, right?
Krueger than watch
believe.
another 10 minutes of these guys. But it's about money for them, I get it.
Appears to be
It's pretty good.
Respect.
Yeah.
3.5, 4.5. Just under 5.
Thank you.
Definitely been a lot of flip-flopping of chip leaders throughout this final table. You know, no one's really been able to hang on and create a whole lot of separation. But, you know, maybe your guy, Roberts, off of the 12 big blinds.
Oh, yeah. Well, when you said flip-flopper, I thought you were talking about politics again.
275.
It really is anyone's tournament to win. And I say that with Roberts included, off that short stack. No one with a runaway chip lead. It's wide open.
King Queen off for Collopy in the small blind. Rosito opening off about 20 bigs.
Cool.
Collopy calls Moreno King deuce suited. He's out. We go heads up to this flop. Of 10-7-3, so Rosito outflops Collopy.
$250.
250s.
250,000.
Tournament players and dealers lines are up 244 next hand. 244.
The overs, backdoor straight, and flush draws available.
Jimbo not giving up on this hand, that's for sure. Instead, he finds the check raise.
675.
To 675,000.
Yeah, and in some ways, maybe trying to rep some of the hands that Rosito actually has in this spot. You know, just going to be some 10x there in Collopy's range.
All in?
All in.
Does just jam. And that will be that.
Wasn't sure if that was the snap look back or the fold look back.
Nice
What do you
pickup
think
for
it was now?
Rosito. He and Collopy
The snap
effectively tied for
fold.
second.
Look back.
Snack. That smiles back. Goldfish.
I couldn't beat the snap call.
I doubt he has anything in between.
Pretty much. Yeah. Obviously has a plan.
Am I making this up, or
Sorry, did you just
is
say something
Rosito
about a goldfish?
an author of sorts? Does he
It's a
have
cultural reference that went over your
poker
head.
content out there?
A lot of things go over our head when you speak.
Does he?
I don't think
You're
so, but
No.
I'm not.
Very intelligent man.
I'm confusing him with somebody else, I believe.
I'm just getting some free group
Michael Acevedo?
Sounds like my kind of error.
I don't see anything about content. You would think that if he did, he would want to put that in his bio to make sure we mention
Advertise
it
a
on
little
air,
bit. Yeah,
right?
that's what I was.
And he'd want to do an interview
Yeah, big
before the
fold and
tournament
big blind. I
started.
would have flopped king high diamonds. Guess we'll
That's what I
see.
was trying to do for the guy.
I mean, king high diamonds, draw.
Oh, you had king high diamonds.
Yeah. I don't think I'm supposed to fold, but decided to fold anyway.
I like it.
Good for you.
I mean, I was ahead, but I'm not gonna like it.
Yeah, I mean,
I
I'm
mean,
not folding at that
the
point.
action would have all been different. Yeah, I guess
Probably a little check call right there. Little check call action.
probably. I mean, it depends.
4
what he
left
would've done.
under the watchful
Really
eye,
depends
the
what
Golden
he would've
Eagle.
Check raise 4-bet.
done. 'Cause I
little
he
bit of
might
that.
not have checked.
Pastrami on Rye says I'm confusing him with
This is
Ernest
hypothetical
Hemingway.
Poker game going.
Going pretty well. We're
Common
in the mix.
mistake.
The hand we got was pretty fun.
Oh my!
But the hand we could
Moreno,
have
2
gotten.
kings.
Right?
Should have run it twice.
He would have.
It's a spot here too where Moreno should be opening very wide, liberally on the button, attacking Roberts in the big blind while having Rosito out of position.
Roberts does defend.
Does heads up go to half hour? Three-handed. Oh, okay.
And does find some trouble
He busted
here
it.
on the Jack-8 deuce.
I need him to bust. We need him to bust.
It could happen right here.
I thought I was busting you.
For a second there, I thought you were too.
225.
225.
225,000.
3-bet would have worked.
Fuck. All right, this is PG-13. Rats.
Rats.
Yeah.
All in.
There's the jam right into the kings. And here we go.
All right. Off to the
Good
races.
call.
Christian Roberts needs some help. Good
far.
call indeed.
Yeah.
It's still a good call.
You owe 1.15.
Give him the prepay. You don't want to prepay?
I don't want to tempt fate. Just whatever
Wow.
happens. I'm not going to mess with the poker universe.
You don't want to
I've-
call cards.
I've been around long
10.
enough to not tempt the poker gods. They decide at this point.
Okay, poker gods, up to you.
I'm out staying out of it.
Stella's
I know
their
what
conduit
Brent's
today.
rooting for.
She's the messenger, yeah. She's the proxy.
Well,
The poker gods say, let's have some fun.
the
exciting.
poker gods love a good sweat.
13
you
outs.
want to win.
See, now
I
he's trying
can't
to
call
manipulate
rivers.
them.
I'm garbage at calling rivers, so king of
If he
spades.
put his backpack on, that would change
Queen
everything.
Jack 9-7.
Doesn't even want to win.
What do the poker gods
Start
have
paying
in
money.
store on the river?
I'd like the king of spades. Let's put the king of spades out, all right? All right,
It's a 4,
spades
and
are
Christian Roberts is indeed out in 4th.
Nice.
Good game, sir.
$98,000, 98
Always
more
pleasure.
Well,
points.
30-minute levels now.
Good game, man.
Game boss.
It's become a staple
really
here
has.
inside the
30-minute
PokerGo
levels.
studio.
30-minute levels.
It's 28. So
I mean,
it's-
he
yeah.
busted as soon as I said that, so.
Single big.
So he
You
was
bust already?
big blinds, single big, right? Okay. Single big.
His second cash of the USPO.
And you
At
got
12th place finish in
I
event
got
2.
three, 4, 5.
okay. 3, 4, 5.
Yep. And you got like 4, right?
Yeah, and for
Yep.
all the teasing I did, Brent, I really do
Give or
feel
take
like
me
we missed out a little bit
Middle bullshit.
because Roberts just never was able to get a
7?
huge stack
No,
today to really kind of
6.8 or
see
something?
him maneuver in the way that you
13, 6,
said he would.
13,
And you got to see him maneuver with
Right.
a little
Right.
nub, and he was still
Yeah.
ferocious.
Is there another yellow stack?
I
I'm
knew
not
you'd
seeing?
come around.
Just this.
Yeah, yeah, you've
Just,
sold me
behind
on
that's,
Yeah.
on the sailor.
275.
I mean, never fold to the guy. You know that much.
Never.
Just never has it.
Okay, so 2, 4.
Yeah, see, when I played against him, I didn't know
7.
this, so
Yeah.
5, 7. So I got a little more.
definitely made a couple bad
You learned the
folds,
hard
and
way.
I feel like, yeah.
I played against him after watching him in LA, and I had queens, and that was all in pre. And he had aces, but I won because I'm the best. Back to the action. Moreno opens with the 10s.
You got him, huh? Wow.
But it's not about you.
Not about me, no.
But
I did win the pot.
Check.
Moreno about 6.4 million. That's about half the chips in play, a little less.
2, 3.
Did I hear the news that three-handed levels
30 minutes.
slow down,
Yeah.
or excuse me, speed
Speed
up?
up.
It's a great
After 30 minutes?
structure still, but yes.
Structure, really nice. When does it go to 15?
I don't think we have that. Did it go to 30 yesterday when we were three-handed for like 3 hours? I don't think it did.
Oh, did they make a boo-boo?
We're going to have to check the records there.
You guys need to send an invoice for 2 hours of your life
All right,
back.
that's right.
Oh, man.
275?
275.
Fortunately for us, we just call that overtime.
Can I see your stack?
Yeah. Start with 3, 4, 5.
It's a very quick,
Fold.
short and sweet update. Event number 4
Yeah, please.
is going on right now. Up to around 80 entrants.
Okay.
Chip leader, Big Vegas, Eric
Wow.
Blair, looking to go for 4
Wow.
straight cashes. What a sizzle. Nacho Barbero, Alex Foxen in the top 5. Darren Elias sneaking inside the top 10.
It's all on the road to the PGT Championship. Top 40 on the leaderboard. Get into that $1 million free roll. The higher they finish on the leaderboard, the more chips they will start with. And you can win a seat into this tournament. PGT.com/dream-seat to find out how.
So you just have to go there,
Yep.
type that little URL in,
Yep.
and you can play in the championship.
You could.
Wow.
10 seconds.
Jeff, we have a good question
275,000.
from G Poker that he wants to know, or she wants to know. Is it possible to come and watch live inside PokerGo
Oh.
Studio? I live 10 minutes away from the strip and would love to cheer my man Andrew on.
Couple things. One,
Brent?
G Poker, are you 21
Oh,
or
yeah.
older?
Gotta
Two, is he really your friend, or are you just making that up? Because
Saying no stalkers allowed?
No stalkers allowed.
But you can come watch if your
Can't be
friends.
really weird. Yeah, we're not going to let you in. However, this is a full house flopped by Rosito. And G Poker, back to you. Yeah, I mean, you can sweat. Just, again, you got to abide by the first two rules that I gave you.
The rules seem fair. Be old enough and don't be a stalker.
Yeah, it
Well,
feels
it's a pretty open.
doable for
Yeah.
a lot of people, I think.
I mean,
so-
for many, it's, within reason.
Yeah.
But trust me, there have been a few that have crossed the line.
Do you also play the role of security? You're kind of like the...
No, that's what the guys out there with giant guns do.
Got it.
Yeah. But if they need me, I'm willing.
You're here, yeah.
Yeah, I'll volunteer.
Check.
$200.
200.
Pretty dry flop there, and I don't know, how many kind of gutter type hands Rosito has, unless they're suited, that he would call a raise pre-flop. So it doesn't feel like there's gonna be too many bluffs.
Kind of sizing does Rosito go for on the river with 1.3 in the middle?
Seconds.
650.
Goes about half pot.
650.
One thing I've observed about Moreno is that he is a non-believer. He does get off of this one.
Can I order when you get a chance?
But he is known for making some ridiculous calls.
Sure.
There was one down at the Lodge, I think he called correctly for his tournament
hand.
life with Jack high and was right.
Yeah.
And went on to win
Yeah.
that tournament.
Would be hard for me to name a better player in that price range who plays those tournaments, the 1Ks, 3Ks, 5Ks of the world than Andrew Moreno.
Yeah.
I remember the one time I called with
green
Jack
nose
high
with,
and the person
sorry,
turned
2
over
periods
queen
with
high
wine.
and he was bluffing with better. Unfortunately,
He's like, nice call. And you're like,
that
"Oh."
happens sometimes, guys.
Oh, man.
That was rough.
Was it for your tournament life as well?
I can't remember. I feel like it was.
Or at least for most of it. You're
Yeah.
like,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that sucks.
I was like he didn't want to show, right? He just kept
Yeah, and
kind of
you're
like,
well, I might not be.
his
Yeah.
cards were face down, heading towards the muck, but he didn't want to muck it
Oh,
until I turned
just
over my
muck
hand,
it.
and I was like, no.
And G Poker reminding me, it was actually Queen Jack high.
Got it.
That
Okay. Yeah,
Moreno
yeah.
called with. G Poker, of course, is Moreno's friend.
But
as
G
he's pointed
Poker
out.
didn't answer if he was 21 and over.
I didn't see a response to the rules. Oh, no. We do have a response as we see Jimbo, middle pair, Rosito, nut flush draw. Keep our eyes on this. I'll get back to the chat in a moment.
$125.
on the turn.
$225.
225.
Just keeps getting better and better for Rosito. And now it's starting to feel like it could get more difficult for Collopy to stick around. Was a limped pot
Yeah,
pre.
I was going to say, Rosito's very under-repped. Just limping in with ace-9 suited. At these stack depths, blind versus blind, this is very clever all around by Rosito.
River jack of clubs as he does make the ace-high flush.
I don't really know what Jimbo's plan is, but that 10 of clubs that he possesses on this type of texture could get him into a little bit of trouble. I could see him turning his hand into a bluff.
200.
200.
Oh, my
And might be
goodness.
enticed
Oh,
to do
Yes.
just that after a 200,000 chip bet.
This is filthy. I mean, just inducing, begging for it. But look at Collopy. It's almost like he seems sick. He didn't have that sort of killer face like he was going to run one. Maybe now we're back to it and he's settling in and thinking about pulling the trigger.
Regardless, what a beauty from Rosito.
Yeah, I think what's a little strange as Collopy runs the hand back is just the fact that Rosito check called the flop and then led on the turn when the ace came. But I mean, Rosito could very possibly find some leads on the turn with some flush draws, just trying to realize his equity, and yeah, doesn't even love it, but at least didn't get induced.
It's true.
You see how to flush, right?
Did he show? What happened there? I think he
Collopy
showed
called,
it.
yeah.
Really fucking.
Collopy called.
Oh,
He
excuse
showed
me.
it.
I didn't see the call. I thought it was a fold, so he did flick it in. I didn't catch the call. No, we'll fix it in post. Anyway, G Poker, Moreno's friend, really is a friend. He's 42. How do I get in? Do I just show up at the door and say, hi, I want to watch live? Well, yeah. the
Pretty
event's
much, yeah.
Event's running inside. I believe Andrew's brother, the vibrator, Johnny, he just showed up. So, yeah, there you go.
$375.
375.
.40 suited for Moreno facing the race.
Call.
Makes the call. King 7-5, one club. Vinny in the chat If they are getting paid, this is outrageous and unprofessional. Well, I hate to break it to you, but they're going to get paid at least $125,350.
Jeff, just to clarify Vinny's statements, I believe he's talking about us in the booth.
Oh. I don't know. You guys getting paid for this?
I think only Maria.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, no, she's not either. Yeah.
Nope.
So you're safe, Vinny.
Okay, so we're good.
Yeah. Vinny's got issues with us.
With us or with?
And probably.
Yeah, he says I am talking about the commentators.
Life in general, I'm sure, for Vinny. But yeah, also with us.
$525.
525.
Vinny, the same guy who said, can someone get me in touch with Mr. Jeff Platt? I would like him to introduce me to his sister. Well, not now, Vinny. Not now.
It's a shame, Vinny. The door was open there for
you
a
were
while.
right there. Yeah.
Jeff was considering it.
Yeah. Is your sister
The
single?
text written.
Is she available?
Not for Vinny.
Ooh, okay. Depends. This is a really interesting raise by Moreno. You know, doesn't really feel like it's necessarily his board, considering Collopy was the pre-flop raiser. And, you know, Collopy opened off a 23 big, so you would think any of the really strong kind of King X hands would have just put him all in pre. But Moreno was really hoping to turn some back doors.
Well, he sort of did. He found a mallard.
You know, he found a backdoor pair.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You know, just gives him a little bit of showdown, but not too much against a bet call out of Collopy on the flop.
Raising to 525K on the flop. Collopy calling. Check, check on the turn. River 3. With the 4 in hand with the deuce. How does Moreno choose to proceed? After this check from Collopy.
Check.
Just check it back.
Always out of position.
Just wanted to make sure, Collopy was just asking to make sure that it wasn't the last aggressive action.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
has
think
to
he
show
really
it's
wanted to
always-
see
yeah,
that
he-
hand
100%.
that he was up against and did
You
not.
cannot blame him for
Got
asking.
a 1% chance that I get this
Right.
one. I get to see this
You
one.
know.
Might as well.
Doesn't hurt to ask, even though, you know, out of everybody at the table, I feel like Collopy
He
knows exactly what's
plays
going
here
on.
every day.
Thank you.
Pretty close at the top.
What level are we starting to
And the bottom, I guess. It's
have something to drink?
3-horse race.
Okay.
No level.
Wine doesn't count.
What?
I won't even have wine with you.
Why would wine not count? It's
How
a
about some
drink.
espresso?
Espresso we can have.
Are we sticking a decaf tea?
I mean, I got me a cold brew over here.
Cold brew, all right. Does it taste like dinosaurs?
No, it tastes pretty good.
$150.
You guys playing next week too?
No, probably not.
We'll see.
What's next week?
Second half?
Oh, yeah. Depends on how this goes.
I think it's 25K passport or whatever. It's a pretty nice little side prize there.
25?
And it's not unlimited, so it's not like the guy with the
Gotta
most
win.
bullets gets to win.
Gotta win. You know? What do you got? Like 3.5, 3.6?
Bit more, yeah. About 4.
10 seconds. Call.
You got just under 4, or?
I got over 5. I think.
Check.
Yeah. Sorry with about 5.
10, 9, 8. Pair of 9s for Collopy, straight draw for Rosito. Also with the Queen of Spades.
Check. Check.
Collopy deciding not to bet, just doesn't really feel like he could withstand a lot of heat with that hand, just wants to exercise a little pot control, and Rosito with the straight right away on the turn.
Check.
Check, check.
Absolutely riveting.
They're all still plenty deep. Great structure.
Now,
250.
I mean, once Collopy checks back twice, you know, you do feel like he's going to be kind of weaker in his range. Does feel like he might have a little bit of showdown value if he's willing to check twice, but does he feel like paying off this 250?
Call.
Does make the
That's
call.
straight.
Rosito does get paid off. It is indeed a straight.
It's very hard to beat your 5-card hands.
Making some good ones.
I can beat a 2 and a 3 and maybe even a 4-card hand. Not a 5-card hand.
Michael Rosito from Brooklyn.
When do we?
Born in
5
Italy.
minutes, it's 1 to 3.
Gets him on Italy's all-time money
Got it.
list.
And we go to 30 minutes?
Won the Win Millions in 2023,
Yeah,
2
this
years
one was
after
already
Andrew
30 minutes.
Moreno.
Well, I mean,
won
It
it.
started, yeah.
The level
yeah,
began at
yeah.
40. At 28, we were down to
I
30
thought we already
minutes.
lost him at the 100K
No.
level. We didn't?
He had 1.8 when 125 started.
That's true.
2 10s.
These lights are something.
275.
I don't even know how you take off your glasses in between hands.
Is there a break after this level?
10 minutes.
Okay.
Nice.
Gotta piss again.
12?
10, he said.
No, we gotta get you guys. Done when the hand's over.
10 seconds.
All in?
All in.
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
Collopy rips it in there with the ace-deuce suited in the small blind. And Rosito makes the call. Here we go.
I had a good hand.
More than 7.1 million in the middle. Rosito about a 2-to-1 favorite to take quite the lead into
Queen
heads
jack
up.
Of clubs.
Okay.
Did you?
Clubs are good. Tens is my favorite hand.
Jack 8-8. Collopy picks up 1 club. We know Moreno folded 2 of them.
Tournament dealers, blinds are up 25, 5, 5.
Oh, the turn is an ace. Now it's Collopy who takes command. And it's Collopy who wins the biggest pot of the day.
It's 3 there.
Sick and twisted, no good, very bad beat. Jimbo Slice
3, 4, 5.
lands a haymaker.
3, 4, 5?
Gets him up to more than half the chips in play. We were oh so close to heads up with Rosito with about a 2-1 chip lead over Moreno.
Nice-ish hand.
Nice-ish hand. Good way to put it.
I tried, buddy. I tried.
Draw for remaining hands in the level. 1 hand.
One again.
1 hand left. When the hand is complete, 10-minute break.
Just for the viewers out there, I'm sure maybe you guys have explained this a few times before, but it's just to prevent people stalling so that they don't have to, you know, be in the blinds when the blinds go up. So kind of just changes that part of the game. You know, there's always been ways in which people will exploit the tournament rules in a way that benefits them, and that's to be expected, right? But
is it?
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, but you know, now there's just more and more rules being implemented to kind of combat those things. Do you guys have here in the studio, do you guys have the rule where if you basically commit a big portion of your stack, I don't know what the number is specifically, but the rule is that you have to put the rest in without going into your timing, like meaning you can't stall?
No, not yet.
They do have that at PokerStars.
No idea.
They do have it.
Yeah.
I don't play any poker.
Look at the leaderboard presented by Global Poker. Jim Collopy with quite the chip lead. 3-handed still when we come back.
I think it's
And
this
here
one.
We
3?
go.
Oh, so, okay. This one's not being used.
I fold.
An announced
Hell of a
fold
lay.
from Kempton.
Why does everyone wear sunglasses?
Hell of a lay.
You tell him, Kempton.
Oh, these are my troll sunglasses.
Me and you, buddy. We can have the stare down.
Guys,
You guys
it's
are
the
too
very
scared.
first time that we're in the booth together. You know, we've worked together on break
Whoa,
desks,
those are
but
something.
Yeah.
you know, I'm gonna get to
You cut the
join
grass this
in
morning?
the dynamic that the two
I might
of you
go, those are
have.
cool. I might go for
I'm not
one.
sure how I
like
feel
those.
about
I go for
that.
Oh, you're in
but
for a treat.
That's a good look.
Dynamic's a strong word. A lot going on here as Moreno opens with the ace-king suited. Rosito looks down at 2 10s on the button. Could see some fireworks right off the bat.
Anyone else sort of.
And Bucky has 2 9s in the small blind.
Oh, and that 1.1 million, that stack size is trouble for Bucky.
Just seems like a great spot to put the whole stack in.
Couple of rock stars. Look at these glasses and the hair. Big fan.
Bucky does indeed jam.
This potentially could be very good for Bucky.
Yeah.
If Moreno sticks it in here with ace-king suited, Rosito might have to fold the 2 10s.
And there is that jam with the ace-king suited.
That's what I was doing.
Yeah, I think he's probably gonna have to put these in the muck. He doesn't like it.
You guys high-fiving?
I didn't do anything.
Yeah, Kempton is the shortest stack, a very interested observer. I'd be surprised if the 10s get in there, all things considered.
Well, we just throw ICM right out the window if we stick it in with 2 10s.
Which we'd respect.
Absolutely.
Play for the win.
Try and win the tournament right here, first hand. You know what? I'm rooting for it. Put it in.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting because he just can't love this spot once Moreno ISOs, but, you know, we think about what Wantman might have here off of 20 bigs that he's willing to shove with, and, you know, it's not that light either, even though the spot looks really good. Of course, we see that Kempton is out there with the shortest stack. So
He's got ace king.
does make sense to just pitch the 10s here. And
They tell
like
you
you
how
said, it worked out
irrationally
well for
angry the
Wantman,
absence
though.
of commas on that main screen makes me.
Moreno nailed it, too. He just said
We had a little
10s,
bit of
looked right
time
at
before
him.
this happened, but
2.4 million in the
Almost
middle.
was an 8 million pot.
What'd you fold?
Tens.
Tens?
Bucky's tournament life on the line.
You would have been in the lead.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like
Not a bad spot for tens.
It's not a bad spot. He definitely
Wouldn't have been a bad spot for ace king either, though.
King in the window. It comes king 10-7 just to needle Rosito a little bit.
Little salt in the wound.
Wantman on the ropes. Few backdoor draws available for now. Looks for a 9, which he does not see on the turn. He'll need to see it on the river. His day is done.
Pretty funny.
I mean, I'm just so unsure about it. That was so insane. Didn't expect to have a 60 blind decision hand one.
And the river is a 3. That does it for
Yeah.
Bucky. Matthew Wantman out in 6, a little bit more than $54,000.
Would not be good.
Like,
Well, I
who
don't know about
is
that last
they?
part.
A lot of
But
people.
That you're speaking
Tight
of.
is true.
I've never
That is
heard
right.
that
Shoots and
before.
Get me
A lot of
the heck
people.
out of this.
He actually has another nickname, but it's not appropriate for television, so I've got to pass on that one.
Welcome back to the PokerGO Studio. It's final table coverage of event number 3 of the 2025 U.S. Poker Open. And still, 3 players remain. Michael Rosito, Andrew Moreno, and Jim Collopy. 3 of us in the broadcast booth. Jeff Platt, Brent Hanks, Maria Ho. Brent, how about that ace on the turn for our Poker Masters champion?
Barry always arrives. Usually it's on the river.
right.
This time delivered it on the turn.
Payouts presented by Octopi Poker, about a 50K pay jump from 3rd to 2nd. The first place prize of almost $278,000. Blinds go up. 75K, 150K, 150,000. Big blind ante.
All in.
All in.
Rosito jams at the 10-9, and that will get through.
It's a good start.
Roller coaster ride, Maria, for pretty much everybody involved.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like everybody's kind of taken their turn being on top of the chips. And then Rosito losing that really big pot right before break, doubling up. Collopy finds himself as the short stack.
Five suited on the button. Passes there, Jack 7 for Collopy.
10 seconds.
Okay, 475.
Makes it 475,000.
Obviously, at this point, Moreno's just very much incentivized to not try to get involved in
Right.
too many pots with Collopy. You know, even in position here with something speculative like 6-3 suited, just doesn't want to get in there with Rosito on the short stack.
You guys know Coachella's going on right now?
Did our regular clock go away?
I did, but only
Not
because
the one
somebody
with the-
mentioned that they
there
were
an actual
going
regular
to
clock? I never saw
Coachella,
that.
but I mean, I'm definitely
Right
too
there,
old
right?
for that.
No, he said like it's
Same.
like
Oh,
regular
yeah.
clock.
Yeah.
I never saw one.
Did you guys
Oh, I
ever
didn't-
go
I
to
thought that
Coachella?
was the only one we
Never.
We had one before.
Never.
Never.
3 years straight.
Really?
I went with Liz. Went with me, my wife.
Oh.
Yeah, pre-marriage.
Who'd you guys see when you were there? Who was like the main event?
Was pretty blacked out, but
Oh.
we saw Gary Clark Jr. for the first
Wow.
time. I don't know if you're familiar with Gary Clark Jr.
Only
but
because of you.
man,
familiar
what a
with Gary
show!
Clark
He came
Jr.
out at exactly 4:20 in the afternoon, and he blew us away.
Yep, bet he did.
Florence and the Machine. She
Oh,
was
wow,
great.
nice.
I remember Florence.
Deke in the chat asked us all, how are your 25K WSOP fantasy research and prospects shaping up for 2025? Good question. Are you getting in on 25K this year?
I don't know. I
You're a
haven't
former
decided.
champion, yeah?
Yeah, but I feel like I got a little tired that
middle of the action.
everybody in my
feel like it's-
team
everyone's
just
small. It's
piggybacked off of me doing
To me, it
the
feels
work and the
elevated.
research.
Oh, wow.
And I just kind of was like,
Front
you know,
office
you-
issues.
Basically, I was like, if you want a team,
Maybe it's just because
then
it's Alan's room.
you guys figure it out.
Didn't you guys hire a sharp one year to
Which
help you with
denomination?
that?
Triangle
Presented by
room with all the
Splash.
light
It
fixtures
wasn't.
or hexagonal?
Okay, we didn't hire him. He was
Yeah.
somebody
Oh, boy.
that just emailed
We're
me
having fun with
cold saying
shapes.
he wanted to, be my assistant or an intern of sorts. And I was
Like just in life?
yeah.
Wow.
And I told him, you know what,
Colin?
what are you studying in college right now? He was a college student. All right, we'll wait for a second to see what happens here.
It's about 1.8.
Close. Little less. 1725.
Queen 6 suited, maybe a qualifier? No.
And I was like, okay, well, what are you studying in college? And he was like, oh, I'm a statistics major. I was like, okay, well, you know what? I have a job for you. And he did some research for us. And I flew him out to Vegas, and he got to be here for the draft, and he had such a great experience. But it was not the year we won. So I feel like
No,
we did
you
better.
fired him?
No, I mean, we,
Is he
we
still
let him
your
move on
assistant?
to no.
First class to Vegas or economy?
Like comfort plus.
That's very
Jeff,
nice. Very
okay?
nice. No,
Maybe
nice
that octopus
accommodation.
Did he have any food stipends?
And it wasn't Spirit Airlines either,
Okay.
you know.
All due respect.
Did he
No.
go to Michigan by any chance?
He did.
That's the same guy that reached out to us.
He is
Your jokes
such
are
a
too smart for me.
go-getter. I was just,
Respect.
Yeah, respect.
I
the hustle.
completely admired his persistence and, just reaching out to people. Oh, okay, that's so random that you were able to recall that, though. How
Yeah.
long ago was this that he emailed you guys?
Like last year, or maybe a year
Ah.
before. I don't know.
Colin?
All in.
So that's about 3.
Should be
3. Sorry, 2-1.
2025. Yep.
But what about you guys? I mean, I feel like Brent's been pretty useless for your team over the years.
You said it, not me. I mean, I think we all operate as one team. If you were to point out individuals who would be to blame, most certainly Brent would be on top of that list, but that's not what we do. That's not part of our culture on Team No Game on the Future to blame the individuals like a Brent Hanks. We don't even get into that.
It would only make sense for you, a Dallas Mavericks fan, to get rid of the superstar from the team. Just send me off to somebody else's squad. Watch us win the title. A lot like Luka.
Too soon.
A lot of people do compare me to Luka when it comes to fantasy poker.
What? I don't, that's, Donnie Peters, who has a 25K fantasy team, says guy also reached out to him. Respect.
Well, I'd like to reach out to Andrew Moreno and figure out how to play aces.
Well, you'll find out here.
10 seconds.
$850.
Small 3-bet to 850K.
850.
Collopy wondering if Moreno's just trying to attack what could be seen as very wide button opening range into Rosito's big blind. And it looks like the price was right for the Jack 7 of hearts to see a flop.
2 million in the middle. Moreno about 3 behind, and it comes 888. One heart. Backdoor straight flush draw.
Yeah, you think he's got a lot of
A lot of potential
future
here.
plans here? Potential. I mean, look at this little
This
baby.
pot
bet.
should develop. Moreno bets 300K, and there's the fold by Collopy. Did you put your scout up at ARIA?
It's a good question. I think so.
Nice. Good business to be in.
I mean, I guess I was the one person that fell for it. He reached out to all of you, to Donnie, to Brent, but
Yeah, but I don't recall him offering to be our life assistant. Maybe he just wanted to do that for you, which is a little bizarre.
Wait, but so was he specifically trying to intern for 25K fantasy draft or for like PokerGO?
No,
in general?
for he said he was like a fantasy expert, had all the tools and
The
resources, analytics
Interesting.
built out. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe he offered to be Donnie Peters'
Maybe.
intern or life assistant. I don't know. It certainly wasn't for me or Jeff. Probably just assumed we couldn't afford it.
Fair assumption.
Roughly.
Zito jams with the
2-1.
Jack 10.
Nice.
Collopy
Okay, here it is.
Might
looks
have a
down
qualifier.
at ace 7.
There it is.
Makes the call. Here we go. Rosito, the slight underdog. If he wins this, though, he's back
Is it
up
your
to
turn?
about 30
My
bigs.
turn.
It is?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Says it's his turn. Let's see if he's right. Yeah, he's
Okay.
right.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Jack, Jack 6.
Yep.
You know, if it comes ace-ace, you deserve it.
Well,
2-1,
that much is
50.
certainly true.
No, just 2-1, I think.
And the turn is an ace. The
That's
turn
nice.
is an
Nice.
ace.
No
I mean,
way.
this is
No
yeah,
way.
I mean, nah, there's no way. There's no way. It's not possible.
I mean, there is a
It's
way.
not.
There are two
It's like,
outs.
look, it's-
Nice hand.
No.
Oh, he's trying all the tricks.
River, though, is a 7.
Let me just break down one of these for you.
And we're back to having a 3-horse race.
Was there ever a doubt? We all knew this was never going to end. That's just how the U.S. Poker
about
Open
as even
goes.
as
Every
we've been.
final table.
Three-handed forever.
Yeah.
I think that was fair. It seems fair.
You have to text the wife and kids and just
Seem reasonable.
tell them to
we're
have
gonna
dinner
be
without
here.
you.
For the 3rd night in a row.
Four, 3, 5. He's got about 4, 3,
It's
5.
okay, Brent. There's plenty
start
of
with
flaming
4-9.
hot Cheetos back there.
Oh, there we
Keep
go.
you
All between
satiated.
600K of each other.
I've realized, due to my stomach condition,
Blast.
digestive stuff, that maybe the Flaming Hot Cheetos and the Andes Hot Chips
No
I think
free
you should
Starbucks.
stay away from
probably not
those.
supposed to be a part of my diet.
That does make sense.
There's a
And
tendency
mixed
to
with
really
like
flare
the
up.
acidic sour patch bunnies.
Good
probably
balance, yeah.
also.
I thought bunnies were a very healthy protein.
I think so.
Isn't rabbit meat supposed to be nutritious?
Yeah, and lean.
As it is supposed
Yeah.
to be lean, yeah. Those are candies that just look like bunnies.
What?
Hope he calls.
10 seconds.
Check.
Flops a pair of fours.
Check. Check.
You guys ever had rabbit meat?
Yeah.
No.
Is that like a caviar? Is it
Is it like
expensive?
Think
Is it like
it's
caviar?
supposed to be like super high end or anything.
No, because
Depending on the rabbit, maybe.
it feels a lot easier
On the
to
rabbit,
just
yeah.
find
Joke.
a random rabbit than than caviar. I feel like it's not really that.
It's a lot of them running around
There
Vegas.
really are.
Times get tough. Just go out there and catch some rabbits. Throw them in the smoker.
I did not. That's not how I did have the
Oh, I s-
rabbit. When I didn't go out and get one myself.
Your
Just wanna
dog
clear
Buddy
that
did.
one up. No, Buddy didn't get the rabbit either.
Does Buddy do a little hunting?
Check.
The bunny's about as big as a rabbit is, so wouldn't work.
Yeah, he's a
Their dog
scrapper,
Luna
though.
will get after the
Oh,
rabbits.
yeah,
but
Luna. Australian Shepherd?
They're all very fast. It's just like a mix, but there's probably
Yeah.
some shepherd in there.
Wow. Wow.
Four, 6, 7, 5.
4, 6.
Does that mean I'm chip leader?
Yeah.
Yes, it
maybe.
does.
What a game.
Very close. Yeah, he's got like about the same. I got just under.
Better not be counting that inning.
I'm not.
Wow. Well, compared to other meats, but not compared to caviar.
Just did a little search as
Yeah,
we take a
rabbit's
look at
expensive.
a very expensive hand indeed. Big slick.
450,000.
450.
So you have the 8-6.
Now, rabbit meat can cost anywhere from $8 to $20 a pound, depending on the source or cut of the rabbit. Typically found in high-end restaurants, a lot like caviar.
No, definitely.
say
It does
that?
say, it really does say,
The
typically
caviar.
found upscale restaurants and in specialty markets, a lot like caviar.
There is a rare find at restaurants, I feel like.
Are you guys both playing the next event?
Yep. Looks like we're gonna have to max.
You know, it's rake free for the.
I don't know if
Yeah.
there's a piece of meat that I
For a
wouldn't
while.
try.
They let you in even after reg, right?
Have you had kangaroo?
Oh, we get a weird one extra level after the regular reg will
Is
close
that
to
legal?
accommodate
Yeah, in
not rushing
Australia.
us and
Gotcha.
preserve the integrity of the side bets.
That seems awfully inappropriate.
Gotcha.
I mean, they walk on
That's
two
where you draw
legs
the
and jump
line.
around, and they look like, you know.
You draw the line there.
Can you? Are you setting me up here for something bad? Can you really eat kangaroo?
Yes.
Have you had it?
Yeah.
Is it good?
I
Didn't
didn't
stand out.
particularly think it tasted
Was it chewy?
good.
Was it tough?
I
Kangaroo's
felt
a
like it
tough
was-
animal.
Yeah,
They are tough, yeah.
It felt, yeah, I would say that it wasn't, the texture didn't feel like texture that you would, that's pleasing, I would say.
Kangaroo type texture here.
Yeah,
Ace
pleasing
Jack
flop.
8. Two pair for Moreno, the open ender for Collopy.
Might have a little kangaroo boxing match on our hands.
Brent was pleased with that one.
475,000.
475.
Sizing up is Moreno. Copy calls. Turn deuce.
Check.
Kind of like to choose a sizing that could put Collopy all in on the river.
$1,075,000.
1.075.
That's 1.1. Moreno picks up the pot.
Rabbit hunt one time, see if he gets
Yeah.
there. Matthew Michael says he wants to try octopus or squid, and
There he is, Johnny Vibes.
we know this guy. That is, in fact, the vibrator, Johnny Moreno, vlogger, content creator, tough poker player as well.
Yeah, indeed. More in the cash streets. See him in some tournaments here and there.
Didn't he win a huge prop bet against Sean Teague for tournaments, or am I making that up?
Oh,
They at least
had
wanted to
some-
fire some side action on like WSOP.
Yeah, I thought they did something.
Did
May-
that
maybe
start
not.
from like a markup thing, or how did that whole?
I believe
D
so.
played the role of
Yeah.
markup police.
10 seconds.
What were you saying on the
Never look at
octopus?
my-
or
I won't
squid
eat
bet?
it anymore
When I-
Oh, okay.
because of
I never look,
octopi
but I'm
poker.
gonna-
I've given
probably
up
gonna look back and see
eating
all
the
these good hands.
octopus.
I did the same thing.
A squid, on the other hand, a little calamari, I'm all about it.
Remember to check out the US Poker Open online on Global Poker events running through the 20th. Big prizes, including the prize package to fund a trip to Las Vegas. Play mystery bounties, PKOs, turbos, deep stacks, all online, globalpoker.com. US Poker Open online.
There's 325.
Collopy opens here at the Jack 5 suited. Moreno ace in hand as the chip leader.
10 seconds.
$875,000.
There's 875.
Does bump it up once more at 875, can wins.
Moreno now pulling away has almost double the stack of both of his opponents.
I know that.
Chewy having a good time in the background, huh? That is awarded to the winner along with more than $277,000. What do you got?
You know, I had to just join the rail on PokerGo.
Oh, nice. Thanks for welcome to the rail.
Cost me $2.99.
Oh, no, that's a monthly charge, too.
But I got all these emojis
the
now
emojis,
I can
that's
use.
awesome.
How great is that? Very nice emojis. One of them is a big, giant mallard.
I see that. You fired that one off. It's lovely.
3-6.
Another one is, I believe, your face.
I've seen that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that there isn't more Mallards merch. Brent.
Oh,
Like,
yeah. Good
why do we
point.
not have that in the PokerGo store?
I mean,
I'm all in.
All in.
take a look at this shove. It's going to go ahead and lock the doors. But, yeah, like some stuffed animals. You know, I could use a stuffy at night.
Yeah.
Be a
A PokerGo Mallard.
big hit. Our mascot.
Your mascot.
Yeah, the royal we.
I thought you were the mascot for PokerGo.
He doesn't even need a costume to be our mascot.
Right,
he just
right.
shows up as himself.
Window licker says, very boring boomer chat. Talk about the poker game.
2.
Ah,
If you insist.
sure, man. You got it.
Damn.
Cards being dealt.
Goddamn. That's about all right.
Small blind is 75,000.
Does this hand count or no?
Big
This is the
blind is
first of three.
150,000. The ante is 150,000.
Great job. Thank you for pointing that
Moreno
out.
on the button. Jack of
17
diamonds.
seconds left.
Deuce of hearts.
Wow.
7.3 million. He folds both cards. Rosita. 9 of spades. 6 of diamonds. Otherwise known as the 9-6 off.
Can't say the nickname for
Makes the
television
call.
purposes, Jeff.
Makes the call. And Jim Collopy has a pair of aces. Highly regarded in this game.
Otherwise
poker game.
known as the Birds.
The Birds. And he reaches for chips.
400.
Throws 4 yellow chips into the middle. That represents a raise to 400,000. Zito folds the 9 of spades and the 6 of diamonds.
Can you stop talking about poker now? That was painful. That's what window licker wants. That's what he gets for licking all those windows.
Stretchy says, cheers for the coverage, guys, loving it. And we love you guys. Thank you all for tuning in. Really appreciate it.
I got 3-1 after the blinds.
Good to have you all joining us for our U.S. Poker Open
That's a tight
coverage.
quarter.
Same time, same place tomorrow,
Big
4
eight.
p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. Collopy now with ace king. Just calls. Moreno, ace-10 off.
Yeah, Collopy setting the trap clearly. This is more of a cooler than anything else. Blind versus blind, given the dynamics and stack sizes.
475,000.
Raise 475.
Moreno makes it 475K.
It's very crafty by Jim Collopy, and I think he would do this with much weaker hands, assuming that a 3-bet is inevitable, whether it's all in or an alternate
It's all
sizing.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's also going to do it with a lot of his small pairs, which, you know, Moreno's going to be performing pretty well against that range. So
And worse aces.
It's,
than
yeah,
ace 10. Yeah.
To that
it's
point,
bound to go in.
Moreno does make the call, and here we go.
We have ace 10.
6.5 million in the pot. Could Jim Collopy regain the chip lead? Johnny Vibes open for a 10.
How much do you have?
I believe I had 3175.
That's what he said.
You see, I only answer it by saying I believe.
Jack 7-5. No real help to Moreno.
Go for the prepay.
Looking for a 10. And while the turn delivers top pair to Collopy, also sends a straight draw Moreno's way. But the river is a deuce, and once again, Jim Collopy is the chip leader.
Back and forth we go. Moreno's still fine at 4 million for the 25 bigs.
175.
What a battle we've had. 3-handed, 4-handed for a few hours. Seemed like ages ago, Matthew Wantman and Isaac Kempton were eliminated from this tournament.
Wantman eliminated the very first hand of play.
We've played more than 90 hands since then.
You're 6.
This is the last hand of this level, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, one more.
It's funny.
Yeah.
Said, yeah,
I
one
thought it
more.
was bad, but it's actually really good.
What?
I drew the what?
Oh, no, no, no. Is this the third hand?
Yeah, this is the third hand.
It's right here. We have one more coming up.
This and then one more.
No, no, no. One more. The hand I'm about to deal is the third hand.
Because the first hand was fast, and the second hand was that one, and this is the third.
So right now I'm dealing the last hand of this level.
Are you sure?
Yeah, yeah.
Positive.
The first one was like a walk or something. It was like a walk.
Positive.
All right.
He's positive. He's got the people upstairs telling him he's positive too.
They don't have stairs here.
They confirmed it too. They did.
It's like tell Jim yes.
All right. I was caught up in the excitement. I guess I was really sure it was.
Call.
Back to work for Moreno. Calls with queen 3. Zito with queen 4.
450.
Raise 450.
Makes it 450K. And what's
Lines are up.
100, 175.
Let's see.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I got 3-3. You're still at 4. Huh?
blinds up? 100,000, 200,000 with the 200,000 big blind ante.
And the crowd goes wild.
Great structure.
Certainly does, though, take a toll on
Yeah,
all
put
of the
some pressure
stacks. Moreno and Rosito slide now under 20 bigs.
Collopy gets the walk with the eights. Could the Poker Masters champion be on his way to a USPO title? This is his best finish at the USPO no matter what happens the rest of the way. 6th career US Poker Open cash. Won the Poker Masters without winning a tournament. A 6th, a 3rd, and 2 seconds.
Very impressive. Just consistent.
And that was in 4 straight events, too.
You know, you'd think he'd wear that jacket of his
Yeah, what's up with that?
at every final table inside the studio.
10 seconds.
You know, the one who shows the most respect to the jacket is actually Sam Soberl.
Yeah.
He wears the jacket more than anybody.
I love that jacket.
I think we need to have you back, at least in the Masters. We got to have you.
Yeah, you got to
playing.
play for the jacket.
No, I agree. I need to find a time where I can be out here for the entire series
Yeah.
because I never want to start.
Commit to it
and
all.
then what if I get off to a hot start and then I'm like, okay, what if I can't play the other events though because of scheduling reasons? And so every single time I'm always like, okay, I want to just find the time when I can commit to the whole series.
We're going to find that time.
Yeah, just work with me on the schedule.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah. You and the commissioner get to work on the schedule. You'll love working with him.
10 seconds. 400.
Maybe work on the structures with him as well.
I'll be like, you know, I have a suggestion.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Moreno, ace-9 off in the small blind.
3 million.
Effectively jams. And 2 8s for Michael Rosito.
I mean,
I said 3 million. Yeah.
it feels.
All in?
Yeah, there we go.
Fold.
And these two will clash. After all this, Moreno's going to be happy to see the 2 8s.
He has 3 million, so it's
did
good.
you have
yeah,
3 million?
No worries. He had exactly
Actually,
3.
exactly 3 million.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought you knew that.
I
You
didn't.
said 3 million.
Yeah, I forgot.
Wow.
Ace-9 for Moreno, 2 8s for Rosito.
Ace 9.
Moreno wins. We are heads up.
All comes down to this, huh? Who's gonna face Big Bad Jim? Been terrorizing us.
Well, I'm a patriot.
He can still come back with that. He can still
That's
make a
good.
comeback with that.
King, Jack 7, 8 still ahead. Turn brings another 7. 8's still ahead. Rosito just needs to dodge an ace or a 9. And does do just that to double up. It leaves Moreno with about 2 big blinds.
Well, not out.
Not out.
We've seen spin-ups before.
That much is true.
In fact, event number 2.
Yeah, definitely that was just a spot that played itself. You know, nothing to feel bad about there. Just mercy to the deck.
Up to the poker gods, as Moreno is voiced.
Okay, Andrew, now is when you start thinking about how lucky and grateful you are to just be here.
There we go, like he
playing
told us earlier.
against the best.
Nice hand, sir.
Thank you.
Collopy and Rosito, the exact same, 6.6 million chip stack size. Moreno, Queen 4 suited, not a terrible hand.
Helmuth loves Queen 4.
Rosito, ace 8.
$1.075.
Raises to 1.075 million. Collopy out of the way, and here we go.
Yeah, yeah.
4 it.
Queen 4.
425.
This to get back up to 1.25 million.
I had
to
2
6
left, right?
bigs.
Just want to remind you that right now.
You want to remind me? I wasn't sure, man. I'd love to call, but you know, I was worried
The
about
comeback
you. It's a
start
wild
here.
Are those your
Jack 3,
cards?
3, 1 spade. Seven of spades on the turn. 15 outs for Moreno. See them on top of your screen. Queen 4 spade. But the river is a 10.
Yeah, man.
And that will do it for Andrew Moreno. Battled throughout the course of the day, had the chip lead at one
Wanna
point,
do a little break or
could
what?
not win the massive flip. He's eliminated in third for a little more than $125,000. 125 points in the race for the Golden Eagle. The race for the title of event number 3 is down to just 2 players. Michael Rosito, more than 7.4 million. Jim Collopy at 6.2 million. They're heads up when we come back.
Yeah, he's queen. I saw it.
I'm just glad our crafts table, everything's individually
That'll be
wrapped,
embarrassing
you
if
know.
that was wrong.
Is this real, though, about
Gotta be willing to
Chipotle?
be wrong in this game.
I mean, I get it every other night.
At ace king of
Oh
hearts.
boy.
What's wrong with that? I thought it was healthy.
that's wrong,
They've
I
got
don't wanna
health
be right.
bowls.
Do you get the health bowl?
No, it's an
180.
option.
No, he has a burrito with extra queso.
I do get the bowl. I don't get the burrito.
There we go.
But the extra queso part is accurate. A lot of guac.
Call.
I was told guacamole is a healthy fat.
That's what they say about avocado and guacamole. But if you eat a lot of it, I don't know.
It's just a lot of health.
Hell. Ooh, 9-6-3. Top pair for Moreno, but top 2 for Rosito, who has outflopped our chip leader.
Yeah, and things have just kind of been going so smoothly for Moreno today that maybe this is his first obstacle, is this scenario where he's bound to lose some chips.
230,000.
It's 230.
Leads for a little more than half pot.
If Rosito decides to fast play here and just comes with the raise, you wonder what Moreno's going to make of it, considering, you know, he does block a lot of the draws, the straights, the gutter balls.
Oh.
Just going to call here.
Cocktails.
Turn king of clubs.
$490.
490.
Keeps firing. It's 490.
I'm more curious about Rosito. How does he respond with this monster that he's been slow playing?
I mean, considering this was a raised pot pre by Moreno, I feel like Rosito has to feel pretty good that that king potentially could have helped Moreno in some way. He also blocks, you know, set of nines, set of sixes. I do think unblocking all the good king X hands that might have raised pre and would fire the flop with two overs and then continue to fire the turn feels like a good spot to try to get more chips in.
Call.
Now almost 1.9 in the middle. Rosito just has a little more than that behind. River Queen.
Oh, sure.
Wonder what Moreno now thinks Rosito could have. Would he have stuck around with, call it 7?
Heads up for the title. More than $277,000 and 278 points in the race for the series championship, the race for the Golden Eagle. Jim Collopy taking on Michael Rosito, Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks and Maria Ho. And Maria, most certainly, as we've seen throughout this final table, really anybody's ball game heads up. It's pretty tight.
Yeah, and you know, look at Rosito's heads up record. If, you know, not too bad.
6 and 6. Jim Collopy, the guy's heads up a lot for tournament titles. Plays a lot of tournaments. He's 20 and 17. And apparently we missed something very entertaining, very funny to him. Look at the payouts presented by Octopi. Final two guaranteed $174,400. More than 100K separates first and second.
When is the last time Jimbo won inside the studio?
I think it was very recently at the PGT PLO series. He won the 25K championship event. That was just 1 week ago.
So he is on a little bit of a heater himself. And Rosito, of course, looking for his first.
Nice hand. He drew first blood.
Sure did.
Terrific omen.
It usually is.
Just Rosito's second PGT Majors Series cash.
I'll put in my whatever I do after. That's always how I've done it.
Oh, wow.
With the button.
With your 6 and 6 heads up record?
Okay. It's like at least 2 in a row. At least 2 in a row. And
I got 3 times the heads up matches, it seems.
A couple of those are chops, so I think my average is a little better in the second.
Asterisks are accounted for.
Yeah.
His last 2 wins came at the Win Millions, and that
450?
big $600 WPT event he won for more than 340K. Now it's Collopy with the 10s.
seconds.
1375.
And back and forth we go.
What's that small blind doing there?
I don't know.
I got you frazzled.
That's, I'm used to seeing the button. Not, you know, it's a 6-6 record talking.
I was heads up with the win recently. The dealer said, just a heads up, the action order switches.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know, clearly.
Collopy won a 10K PLO at the Win last year.
I just like that he said, just a heads up.
Just a heads up. Your heads up.
And won 2 10Ks in a row in December at the Win. Decent FOB for Rosito.
Not bad.
200.
$600. Got a really good hand there.
Rosito says he credits a lot of his evolution in the game to his good friends Steven Song and Brock Wilson. People we're quite familiar with here in the PokerGO studio.
There they are, stars. Brock the Brain. Steven is, well, creative might be underselling it.
Yeah.
When it comes to Mr. Song.
Probably a great balance of minds to check in with.
Feels like a Christian Roberts versus Steven Song heads-up match would be really fun.
Yeah,
with their
there we
playing
go.
styles.
Toss in Michael Adamo. We got
yeah.
ourselves a nice threesome.
Okay.
That's what we need to do is one of these like pay-per-view
Trying.
type
Yeah.
matches where we just
Dead even.
Basically
put the lineup together
Basically.
in a tournament format of some of the like most interesting
I don't think so.
players
Big
in terms of
thinkers.
their games.
We would include him.
I mean, I'm going a little fast. I think we're speeding it up a little bit.
Peanut gallery over there.
Peanut gallery, man. There.
Daniel Negreanu, certainly pay-per-view caliber. He needs to make a run.
I think he's telling these guys to pick up the pace of play. You know,
Respect,
tanking,
yeah.
I mean, I'd almost be offended if
Owen?
Daniel said that to me. I would think he's thinking we're like I'm yum and he wants me to get in there.
Oh,
get into
yeah,
this
yeah.
tournament. We need some dead money in here.
Maria, come on down.
That looked like a
Like,
king
hurry
jack.
up.
King queen might have been a little more painful. So king jack is my guess.
Pretty close. It's Queen Jack.
You got a little time.
We got until 40. We have So we have 45 minutes. It's better this way too, because everyone usually just fucking looms over and like does that shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Especially when their side bets are really, really pronounced.
You're in the mix? with
No,
side bets?
goodness no.
Goodness no.
Heavens to Betsy.
Heavens to Betsy.
Welcome to my company.
Queen 4. Turn 7 of clubs.
Pair.
Check,
Pair's
check.
good.
Pair is good.
Six.
I don't think it's going to take much for these guys to get it in.
Do you have roughly 6'6", 250?
They are clearly trying to play the next event.
Yeah, true.
More.
True.
More?
Yeah, this is 6'6".
Oh shit, my math's off. 6'9", 250? Fuck me.
No,
Nope, still wrong.
7'6".
Okay, sorry.
All right, 7'4".
I think we could put the chip counts that we have on top of our screen on a screen for the players.
Yeah.
Just stop all the. What do you have? How much are you? Just see it on the screen.
675.
Anyway, Collopy limps in with the queen 10 suited. Cito makes it 675,000. Collopy makes the call. Seven, 6, 4, 1 diamond as the crowd builds. Shulman, Anthony Hu, Lucky Chewy. Check, check. Turn is an ace.
$9.25.
$9.25.
That will end that. Cito extends the lead, up 8.3 to 5.3.
Is Daniel on the sauce? Is there a Golden Knights game tonight?
Sorry.
Ooh, big one.
Ace king. Now to proceed.
450.
Makes it 450,000. Five deuce in the muck.
This one and one more?
That would make 2.
How many complaints did you tally up today?
Just 7. Our guy Jimbo.
Wow, that's really cleaning up his
man.
act.
All right, players, go ahead and back your seat. Players, you can draw for your seat. Come on over here. Start drawing for your seat, please.
Threes for Collopy.
Owen?
All of it. Rosito, ace jack.
Oh, yeah.
Makes the call. Here we go. Let's flip for the title.
Crabs.
Collopy wins this. He's back up to 10 million.
Flop 4-4-4.
Rizito wins this tournament.
How about 4-4-5?
is over.
No.
He's got the wired pair.
Wired threes. And those threes are no good as we see an ace in the window. Good start to the proceedings for Michael Rizito. The turn is an 8. Only a 3 keeps Collopy alive. And Michael Rizito has his first title inside the PokerGO Studio.
Congrats.
Thanks, buddy.
Congrats indeed to our Event 3 champion.
Or no? Do I have to reg now?
Winning almost $278,000.
Register an hour later?
278 points, well-deserved round of applause. So our Poker Masters champion finishes in second.
So Zito contended with some really tough players, and they were so deep stacked throughout. You know, he really had to play well to get to this final spot as the winner.
That was my introduction to Rizito.
Yeah.
This kid is tremendous, and now he sits atop the U.S. Poker Open leaderboard.
He's a threat to win the series championship, most certainly. We wrap it up with a look at the final results presented by Global Poker. Rizito's name on top, winning $277,950. That will do it for us. Win number 1 on the PGT for Michael Rizito. Beats a field full of the best in the game. That wraps up our coverage for event number 3. Quite a showing for Christian Roberts, for Andrew Moreno, for Matthew Wantman, and for our champion, who has quite the road ahead to try to win that Golden Eagle. For our entire crew, for Brent Hanks and Maria Ho, I'm Jeff Platt. We thank you all so much for watching, and we will see you next time at the 2025 U.S. Poker Open. Congrats to Michael Rizito. Good night.